so there's two people that are going to use the browser, so I've already got them queued up. Yes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It is now 1 o'clock, a little after 1 o'clock, and now we're going to enter into the section for the next 45 minutes. We're going to have several lightning talks. I've got about 6 or so here in my hands, and what I'll do is I'll call those people up one at a time. I'll just select the note and call you up there. I have first up Daryl Davis, and he would like to talk about Techcon. So Daryl, you've got 5 minutes. Go.
For a Sunday school teacher, that's hard. Anyway, we in the West Central Florida section, and in our section, which I'll show you here at the bottom here, so I got to, okay, never mind, it's not up on this page, which is in West Central Florida. It's from Pasco County in the north to Charlotte in the south on the Florida West Coast, and 4 interior counties. We have an annual technical conference called Techcon. You can see our logo for this coming year. I stole the formula for the Digital Communications Conference. I said, I told Steve, I said, I stole your formula. He said, you're not the only one. But Techcon is our annual technical conference for the West Central Florida section. We have a Friday afternoon seminar. You could look this page up on our section website at ARRLWCF.org. Go to the top menu, go to special events, and I'll show you here on the mouse here, and I got to move fast. And you'll see 9th Annual Techcon there is the second down on the menu. And if I can have somebody give me help with do a permalink that'd be short for this, see me afterwards and with WordPress, and I'll thank you in advance. And we have a Friday afternoon workshop from 1 to 5. And I put a Google map in there so folks can find us. And we have the Friday evening social, again, another DCC idea I borrowed. We started that in 2018. The Golden Corral there, and then on the east side of Tampa. Then on Saturday we have the main session where we have 2 tracks we try to run concurrently, and we do stream the primary track on YouTube. Another idea I borrowed from DCC. And you can also look on this page as well. If there's some folks that like to present through Zoom, and you're not local to West Central Florida, see me, and we'll get you set up. We've had some virtual speakers at our Techcon this year. And also you can go to the bottom of the page and you will find links to the past conferences. All the PDFs and or PowerPoints that were given at the previous conferences. Each year's page is archived on another page. So you can click on that page there. It'll take you to a past conference and all the papers that were published for it. And also on our YouTube channel on the West Central Florida section, which there is a link on our webpage, on the main page, there's a link to it, to our YouTube channel. You can see Techcon for this year and last year, that were 2022, this year and 2021, which was virtual only. So anyway, if you're down in our area, come visit us for Techcon 2023. It'll be February 24th and 25th, a Friday and a Saturday. They usually hold it 2 weeks after Orlando Hamcation. And if you want to come virtually, by all means, come and join us. And if you want to be a presenter, we have presentations virtual for the last 2 years as well. And do I have any questions? That's awesome. That's it for my line of talk. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Daryl. Okay, so let's have Ralph come up. Yes. Okay, if somebody's missing a green ticket, see Tom. There you go. And then, let's see, there's page, no. You want page 34? Okay. This page? Okay, yeah, because it's 32. Page down. How's that one? Okay. And how about we do this? And then you'll have to, okay. All right. This is Ralph, WB2 DCL. Would like to talk to you about the Yaesu DR1X. Go right in.
Yeah, back when Yaesu made their DR1X available for $500, I went to the head of BARA, which is Buffalo Amateur Radio Repeater Association Tech group, and asked if he'd be interested in integrating one into the BARA system, which has a number of repeaters over several sites, all linked together, and he said, sure. So we started looking into it, and let's see, how do I get this to scroll? The Yaesu manual basically said we couldn't do what we did. Okay, yeah, I can do that. And in particular, you'll see here under AF input, it says, let's see, it is impossible to input analog modulated signals and convert them to digital signals on the DR1X. That's not correct. If it's in digital only mode, it works perfectly fine, assuming you're driving it correctly. So anyways, and then it actually shows up in the next table on the next page also, which is problematic. It basically shows AF in digital mode is invalid, and it actually shows it for analog mode. And I don't know who basically came up with this, but it was wrong, and we basically were able to integrate this in, but we ran into some issues. The person, the head of the tech committee, who has a very strong technical background, basically threw it on his bench and used his analyzer to set it up by driving putting it in analog mode and basically adjusting the input signal level to give him the appropriate full deviation in analog. But when we put it in digital mode, we found out that the drive level was way too high, and we were basically getting the distorted digital audio. Another thing we found out was that even though this says the input is limited to 300 to 3K, and that says that here in the AF input mode with a 1.5 volt peak to peak, it's that may be for analog. It doesn't really work for digital because that bandwidth is too wide, and you get nasty stuff if you go too low with the input. So we had to start limiting what the bandwidth was. We had to limit what the audio input level was, and then we eventually got it to work in the system, and it was running in, still is running in digital mode, repeating what's on the analog side and taking and demodulating the discriminator out and putting it out onto, not the discriminator, the AF out, and putting it on the analog side. So it is possible to integrate one in, even though Yaesu basically in this user manual says you can't. And the one thing that we did was for determining whether or not it was in actually receiving a digital signal and repeating that signal, is we tapped into the push-to-talk line that's internal between the receiver and the transmitter, because basically they tell you here that under squelch detection, it's basically noise SQL. I haven't been able to, because I don't really have access to it right at the moment, I haven't been able to figure this out, but I'm inclined to believe when it's in a digital-only mode, it actually isn't noise SQL out. It's actually, you only get something, a valid output when it's when it's actually receiving a digital signal that's decoding. So, anyways, that's, what I wanted to basically bring up was that don't believe everything they put in the manual, and it is possible to get a good setup that can integrate both the analog and the digital side of things. Yeah, DR2 is different. Yeah. Right. Yes. And I don't actually have this configured to support D-Star, or and I don't have it in the automatic mode. Yeah. But I think whoever wrote this up was thinking purely with respect to the automatic mode and the fact that it was being used primarily for analog, not for dedicated digital. So. Yeah, I've heard that too. So, and I have familiarity with the two because I'm in the villages, and that's all we've got in the villages are twos.
Okay, thank you, Ralph. Round of applause. Okay. Christina?
Thank you. Hey folks, so this was a request that I make mention of this. I gave a longer presentation about this project at TAPR last year, but I wanted to note the continuing work of the WWV and WWVH Scientific Modulation Working Group, which you can read about our work at hamsci.org/WWV. We have a signal that you can hear on WWV at 8 minutes past the hour, which is one of the test times, and on WWVH at 48 minutes past the hour. It is a voice announcement followed by a pseudo-random code, followed by phase coherent tones, followed by chirps, followed by single sine wave to do time of flight measurement, followed by the same pseudo-random tones again. I will play it to you now. This video is by Signal Phantom, whose call sign escapes me, but you should check out his YouTube channel because it's great. Without further ado. Pseudo-random noise, phase coherent tones. That may be as loud as we can get.
Hold on. I think I know what's going on.
Okay. All right. That's louder. It's all right. It'll play again. This is. Yep. that's one of the projects that we're working on. We've got a white paper written up that is, I don't know if I posted it to the webpage. I can give it copies to people if they're interested. I'm probably going to try and turn that into a proper publication sometime within the next year. So this project is ongoing. You can hear us on WWV if anybody has a station and would be interested in setting up systematic recording. We can use all the systematic recordings we can get. And other than that, I just wanted to briefly give a shout out to the project. Any questions? You know, the engineers at WWV and WWVH have been very, very helpful to us throughout the process. And I think as far as they're concerned, until something more urgent or interesting comes up, they're fine with leaving this running. So if there's another thing that test band needs to be used for, we don't have a definitive end date at the moment. So hopefully it'll continue for a few months yet. And the other thing I should mention is that we're also working on adding additional modulations to this. Although this signal has done pretty well, I gotta say. I think we got some good stuff in there. You know, I do have, well, let me see if I can open this quickly. If you go to the site, there is this survey. Oh, do you have to sign in? That's annoying. Here, let's see. I thought I fixed it so you didn't have to. See previous responses. Okay. So, yeah, 540 people have looked at the page and felt like clicking on it. Here's the breakdown. They did that thing ham radio operators do where they get very, very granular. That's this part. But a lot of people are coming in through WW0, WWV, and let's see. Most heard the announcement on the radio. So there you go. That's that's true. This is just the people who have responded by coming to the webpage. So Matt has had to field some quite remarkable phone calls in his time, as you can imagine. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, David, we'll put you up next.
Thank you. Okay. Do I need to repeat my jokes? No. Yeah, it wasn't that funny. All right. Upton Sinclair, in his novel *The Jungle*, wrote of the Chicago meatpacking industry. His line was that it used every part of the pig except the squeal. I think we are using WWV's squeal. So good. You've heard a lot about WWV monitoring, about its use in sounding Ionosphere. Much of it has been about Doppler shift recording. So Doppler shift is the time derivative, the time derivative of time of flight. Let's take a look at the structure of those time ticks that Christina talked about. They were there under her voice and her tones. The time ticks from WWV and WWVH are both 5 milliseconds exactly. WWV's is 1 kilohertz, WWVH's is 1,200 hertz. So it's 5 cycles versus 6 cycles. They both launch at exactly the beginning of each UTC second, as determined by the nation's cesium clocks and by the deity himself or whoever determines these things. So you have this extraordinary natural radar signal. We were told not to use the word radar, but okay, I'm using it. You have this extraordinary natural radar signal that has a time of launch that's known precisely. Got to be something good to do with that. And as it turns out, there is. We thank John NAWBJ, the technical advisor of the Case Amateur Radio Club, for his design of Board Zero, which you're going to be hearing more about this afternoon. It couples a GPS receiver, which provides tight timing, with a TTC microcomputer in the Arduino family for analog data collection. So beginning exactly at the locally generated beginning of each UTC second, we have analog recording of WWV and WWVH's second ticks. And you do that for a day, and you get this very cool graph. Take a look at this. This is the voltage output, the audio output of an AM receiver. Nothing fancy, not even as fancy as Grape 1, because it needs a GPS diode local oscillator. The AM receiver doesn't. The negative excursions from each sine wave are coded red here. The positive excursions are coded blue. So the white in between is the zero crossings. Follow that line down. If there was no variation in time delay during the day, starting at UTC midnight at the top, ending UTC just before midnight at the bottom, if there were no time excursions, if the ionosphere were stable, all of the reds and the blues and all of the zero crossings would line up vertically. But man, they don't. They don't. And it has been fascinating to follow this during various solar weather events. I missed Tonga. My station went down that day. I missed Tonga. But anyway, 15 megahertz isn't that far from 20 meters. You can see how much variation there is on the Colorado to Cleveland path. This represents time of signal loss. In here, there is noise being recorded, and the signal is of intermediate strength. Here it's a full strength. There it's a very high strength. I'm running the radio frequency gain on my receiver low enough to defeat the automatic gain control. Okay, that's where we are right now. The task of the engineering senior project groups is to figure out a quantitative way to describe these data files and to present them to the ionospheric physicists. We're engineers, we're not scientists, but they will present the data. So we thank John and Christina and Rachel. We thank the undergraduates, the radio club, and watch this space. This is a cool project. Talk to you later this afternoon on another version of it, Coherent CW.
And thank you very much. Okay, Jason, you ready? You got slides? Bring them on up.
I am Jason Roush, K4 APR. I'm going to talk for 5 minutes about Pocket APRS. So, quick show of hands. Who's heard of APRS? Who's heard of Pocket APRS? Does anyone remember it? Okay, the reason I say that. Okay, so Pocket APRS came around. Mike Music N0QBF. Many in this room probably remember that name and that call sign. Mike created Pocket APRS, which was the APRS variant for Palm OS. Mike ran that whole venture for I can't remember how many years he had that going, and was going good. And then Mike fell off the face of the earth. And I was a big Palm user, APRS user. And the interesting thing about that is that Mike's gone. It's like, where's Mike? So about a year and a half, 2 years ago, no, probably about 2 years ago, I was poking around on model training forum, because that's another disgustingly expensive hobby I have. And I have a 5-year-old, so I have no money for anything anymore, really, if we're going to be really honest. Anyways, a gentleman named Mike Music, spelled exactly like that, popped up on that forum. So I messaged him. I said, "You wouldn't happen to be the magical Mike Music that I used to know?" He goes, "You found me." He legitimately said, "I have done everything I can to erase my electronic existence online." He goes, "I have nothing to do with amateur radio anymore. I have nothing to do with it. I want nothing to do with it." So I said, "Well, despite that, let me sing your praises for a minute, tell you how much I love Pocket APRS, blah, blah, blah." He said, "You want it?" I said, "You want to maybe be a little more, clarify that a little bit?" He goes, "It's yours." He goes, "You live in Williamsburg, Virginia, right?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I am going to be coming through your area." He said, "I'm going to bring you some gifts." So he stopped by my house, sneezed a whole bunch because I found out he was allergic to cats and dogs, and handed me 3 gigantic boxes of not only every variant of Palm Pilot I could think of that I didn't already have in my collection of about 60 of them. I've got a whole bunch. He gave me prototypes that he'd been given by Handera and all these other companies. But he also gave me the source code. And he said, "It's yours. I want nothing to do with it. I will not support it. I will not do anything." I said, "Okay, Mike, I get it." Now, he has been very generous in answering some emails for me. I'm watching my time here. I got a stopwatch going. So, anyways, real quick. So, for those of you who don't know, Pocket APRS ran on Palm OS. It has full color mapping, messaging, create objects. It supports KISS. It's got a really cool feature that if you have a Kenwood D7, you can plug into the serial port, plug a GPS into the D7, and it will pass the GPS and MEA data through the D7 to the Palm. So it takes care of that little issue where the Palm only has 1 serial port. Well, you now effectively have 2 because you're passing the GPS data through it. It's pretty cool. I used to do that a lot. I used to walk around in Dayton with all this crap hanging off me. Like, who's this dorky kid? But I wore it with pride. Anyways, I kind of got ahead of myself, but so like I said, I technically own the source code and everything associated with Pocket APRS now. That includes I now have the ability to generate the registration codes. So basically what I've done is I've put all the compiled PRCs up on my website, so if you want to download Pocket APRS, you can. If you would like to register it for free, you just email me. I will generate a registration code for you and send it right back to you. And that's pretty much the long and short of it. Now, one little trick was he wrote everything in Code Warrior, but it was Code Warrior for a Mac, which he gave me. He gave me the copy of Code Warrior. Hopefully nobody from Broderbund or whoever it was that wrote that is around. I don't think they'd care at this point. Anyways, the really interesting side story to this was I had to go pouncing around in old Mac shops to find somebody that had an old enough Mac that they would either sell or give me to run the old enough version of Mac to run this Code Warrior, which I found. I found one. Anyways, so I've got an old Mac set up so I can go in. Now, I am not a coder, so the code is strictly just there so I can look at it. I'd be interested in sharing it with somebody who might be interested in working on it, but I didn't want to exactly just put it out there in the public domain for now. Maybe at some point we'll do that. And just a funny little thing, that was the first date I went to. I think that was 2000 or 2001. And that's Mike on the left, 19-year-old me, and everyone knows the guy in the middle. So I'm kind of proud of that picture. So anyways, that's where the files are. If anyone wants to go up to the website, just my old call sign, KE4NYV. I'm now K4APR, but /Pocket APRS HTM. That's where you can find the compiled PRC files. And if you want a registration code, email me, and I'll be more than happy to do that for you. So I think that's all I got. And I'm 30 seconds over, Steve. I guess you have to take that out of my presentation for
we
tomorrow.
have plenty of time. Any questions for Jason?
Yeah. So, I almost wrote my paper for tomorrow on this, but I didn't have enough to work with. I'm also I have a YouTube channel, and I was kind of sort of working on a Pocket APRS documentary. Unfortunately, the key person, Mike, declined to do any interview with me, whether it was phone, video, whatever. So I've got snippets and emails he's given me that I'm piecing together that I'm going to use as part of that. But I'm also, and I'll make another plea here, if anyone ran Pocket APRS back then, if you'd like to get on Zoom or whatever with me and do a short little interview with me, I would love to do that, just to have those little video snippets to put in that documentary about it, you know, people who used it. So maybe next year, we'll see. Were there any other questions? Go ahead, Jason. Okay, that was a cool one. Do you still have it? Ah, I was gonna see if you'd give it to me. No, I'm just kidding. So that's where it kind of stops for me, because I'm not a code guy. I'm a hardware guy, and I'm not very good at that either. I proved that when I worked for NASA. I was really crappy there. But anyways, what I would like to do is, if somebody out there is versed in C and way better, and they want to take a pick at the code and maybe update it, maybe play around with it, I'm all for that. I more or less would like to create like a little group of guys that might want to pick at the code. So yeah, it's still Palm, but I mean, there's so many other variants of APRS for all other platforms. It's kind of like, let's stick to Palm, So I remember Mike did tell me one time one of the reasons he got really frustrated and wanted to quit was Palm started changing the screen sizes they were allowing in the OS, and it was breaking his code every time. Like every time somebody come out and go, we got a bigger screen on our Palms now, it'd break his code. Like every time, he got so frustrated with that. So anyways, any other quick questions? No? Okay. Thanks,
Great.
Steve.
Thank you, Jason. All right. Now, Jason has a talk first thing tomorrow morning, and you'll see him on the schedule to talk about APRS on an ESP32, so I'm looking forward to that. Okay, John Ackerperson. Yeah. We're kind of going for the gender neutral.
They called me that before.
Yeah. Is this where you want to start? Why did it not? Oh, it's because this is hidden. No, I brought up your PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
So your first slide here is hidden. So you only have 2 slides. Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, I saw 4, and then they were. Okay, here you go, John.
Okay, thanks, Steve. This morning, Christina talked about, I think it's Hardware X, which I think I'd heard of before, but hadn't really concentrated on, and lots of good hardware development happening. So Steve suggested that I put up kind of a reminder about something that TAPR did a long time ago that might still be very valuable. When the first HPSDR project began, there were some extraordinarily brilliant engineers working on it, and they were concerned about a company taking that work and making it proprietary and losing it. And so they said, we're going to do this, but only if we can get something like the general public license for software so that you can't make this proprietary. And I took that project on, and working with both hams and some lawyer friends, we came up with the TAPR Open Hardware License, which was, if not the first, one of the first 2 open hardware licenses that was developed. And just wanted to remind folks that it's out there. It has been used in quite a number of projects, not only TAPR projects, but some other organizations. It works as much like the GPL as it's reasonable to do with a hardware environment. It's not a perfect match, and we tried to follow the Free Software Foundation and the Open Software Foundation definitions, but there were 1 or 2 things that just didn't work. But the idea is that you can share the design with other people. Anyone can build from the design. They can sell the things that they build. There's no restrictions. But if you change the design, you have to feed that back upstream to where you got it. And again, that's not the way open source is supposed to work, but it was the only practical thing we could think of. So this applies to physical designs, circuit boards, 3D printed items would probably work with it, but it's not really designed for firmware and certainly not for software. It does a couple of things legally. It tries to protect the designers from somebody who's using their design, turning around and suing the upstream because it infringed their patent. So it's like, if you're going to use the thing, you damn well better not sue me about it. So that's in it. It also tries to protect the upstream person against any kind of claim for personal injury or damage, because hardware is different as a physical thing. You know, it could hurt someone, where software just hurts your mind. So we've got a couple of things like that in it. Without getting legal, it took some ingenuity to come up with a framework to make this work. And it's never been tested in court, and I don't know if it ever will be, but the theory is there, and we think that it still is a valuable concept, even though, you know, whether it's legally enforceable or not is unknown. If you're interested in it, tapr.org/OHL, the license is there in 3 different formats. There's an introduction to how it works and what it's about. There's also a link to what is probably the weirdest law review article ever written, in that it included schematics that I published a number of years ago that kind of goes into the legal background and thinking about it, and we would really like to see it be used. There is a license from CERN with the same name that has gotten a lot more publicity. It's a little bit different design than ours, and I think what we did is still maybe more appropriate for our kind of projects. So anyway, check it out. Thank you. Yes, Christina.
Can you repeat that for the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Christina said that the Grapes 1.0 design is released under the TAPR OHL. So, another happy customer. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, John. Okay, I think we're pretty much out of time, so what we'll do is we'll take you tomorrow on that. We'll have another session for lightning talks tomorrow. I hope that this session of lightning talks inspires you. It's an opportunity to present information that you think is useful for everyone here. Perhaps you're working on a project on that. So all of those topics are fair game for the lightning talk. So we would certainly enjoy to hear from you. Write it down on a little piece of paper, the title and your name and call sign, and give that to me, and we'll queue you up for tomorrow. Okay, so what we're going to do is take a few minutes here to be able to segue into the main talks. And next up is going to be Nisha. And so let's go ahead and get her talk queued up. So give us a minute. Okay, Nisha, you ready? Okay, so Nisha, examining the ionosphere using chirp sounders.
Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm Nisha and I'm a grad student of the University of Scranton. My major is software engineering. Currently I'm a graduate assistant there. Under the guidance of Dr. Nathaniel Frizzell, I'm examining the ionosphere using chirp sounders. Rest all are my co-authors. They are from different universities. Okay. In the morning talk, Dr. Frizzell already talked about this. The ionosphere, it is an electrically charged layer of upper atmosphere, and the solar ultraviolet radiation can ionize particle in the ionosphere, creating a plasma of free-floating negative electron, positive ions, and neutral particles. As you can see in the picture, there are night and day. In the night time, the ionosphere reduces to the E and F layers. During the day, there are 4 layers, D, E, F1, and F2. This is all about ionosphere. Here's the ionospheric refraction. That is also Dr. Frizzell already talked about in the morning. The ionosphere is able to refract high frequency radio waves back to the earth, and the amount and height of refraction is dependent on the electron density profile along the radio propagation path. Here, as you can see in the picture, in the graph, 15 megahertz signal is refracted less than the 10 megahertz signal, and this frequency dependence allows instrument to build that can remote sense the ionosphere during the radio signals. Now I'm going to talk about what is trip ionosound. Trip ionosounds are a type of ionospheric sounder which starts at a low frequency, about 2 megahertz, and increases gradually to higher frequency, about 20 megahertz. It is a type of receiver which sweeps the frequency range and listens for trip ionosounds. It can observe the time delay of the ionospheric echoes from the ionosound emissions, and this can aid in our understanding of how the ionosphere impacts radio wave propagation. This is the oh, sorry. Sorry?
Where total amount or?
Currently, I am aware about four of them. I have a slide over here. These are Chesapeake, Virginia, and Scranton, Pennsylvania. One in Puerto Rico, and Texas.
How many do you think are operating worldwide? Guess.
I heard, like, while working, I know about Virginia one and the Texas one.
Because we often hear them on HF. It just through. I'm assuming that's what it is. Just sweeps through the band and, you know, it leaves a trace on the IC 7300. But I was always curious. I thought it was some kind of ionosounder. But I don't know. What does the FCC say about this?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I think Dr. Frizzell can answer this question.
Yeah, so I don't know the exact number of how many are operating around the world. I'm going to guess somewhere between like 30 and 300. The ones that we're seeing here are run by the U.S. Department of Defense. So these aren't, you know, amateur transmitters. They are authorized by the government. The other ones that we hear are run by other governments around the world, so they're presumably legal. The software that we're using can actually detect these automatically, so we are able to decode it. Not that I'm aware of. So let's let Nisha finish the presentation, and then she can answer some questions. And also, Nisha just started on this project like a month or two ago, so that's why we're kind of going back and forth helping answer these questions.
Thank you so much. So this is, we got the, what's that? Sorry. So this is the router, and the military utilizes chirp as a radar technique in their radars known as router, that is relocatable over the horizon radar. And router emits trips and uses the echoes to provide surveillance to their targets. The echoes can help provide them with the various information like size, type, and movement of the target. I'm going to show you ionogram. And first of all, what is ionogram? It is a type of plot which displays the data from an iono sound. So I'm going to take you on the YouTube video.
Not buy solar panels. If you live in one of the 11 states of America, it's the worst decision to make.
So,
Here, let me put the microphone on.
yeah, there is no audio. There is only video. Yeah.
Go ahead. Do it again.
There is no audio. There is only video. Yeah.
Something was playing. Okay, please continue. Sorry for the disruption.
No problem. So in this picture, as you can see, there is 2 layer E and F layer, and 2 hops via F layer takes even longer. Oh, okay. So here's the trip sounder reception illustrated. Receiver location, University of 20, emitter radio club. How can I run this? Yeah, so here's the date and time and transmitter site. Horizontal axis horizontal axis there is frequency in megahertz. Vertical axis there is distance, and there is transmitter and receiver. You can see F layer and E layer. There are 2 hops via F layer, takes even longer, and 3 hops from F layer. So here's the illustration of ionogram. Yeah. So this is the example of that ionogram. Because it was a running video, I couldn't explain that y-axis. So it's a one-way range offset in kilometers. And here's the SNR, signal to noise ratio.
When we first arrived at St.
Oh, it's a YouTube.
She was still recovering from her brain surgery.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. So this is the typical ionogram. Here's the Kiwi SDR capture of trip iono sound, and you can see here by the arrow you can see it's a trip iono sound. Here these are the prototype receive stations. On the left side it's the universal software radio peripheral N200, and on the right side the Buckmaster OCF dipole is used for receiving the high frequency signals at the receiver station. There are some configuration about them. these are implemented on Intel Core i9 with 128 GB RAM. It is USRP N200, and the receiver located in Springbrook, Pennsylvania, around 10 miles from Scranton. Antenna, that is Buckmaster OCF dipole at 30 feet altitude. A goal of Tangerine SDR PSWS is to reduce the hardware requirement of this application substantially. So here's the video of Trip Ionosound that Joshi, my co-author, he did in 2020. This is the receiver at Pennsylvania, and this is the Virginia radar, Ruther radar. As you can see, the ionospheric disturbances here and the dynamics, as I already shown in the video as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's here.
Yeah, it's in Chesapeake.
Yeah, Chesapeake. Yeah, it's in Chesapeake.
I don't know the exact coordinates. I'm not sure that I'm supposed to know, but people who know these things have told me that it's enough to know that it's in Chesapeake, Virginia. Yeah, it's at some facility in Chesapeake, Virginia. I guess that's what I've been told. So.
After that experiment, Joshi came up with this algorithm to identify Virginia ionogram. So what he did, he first he find the position of the maximum value with SNR data in the frequency range spectrum of the ionogram, and then he checked the peak intensity lie between 400 kilometer to 1000 kilometer. If it is yes, then the ionogram or signal is from Virginia. If not, he again checked the peak intensity lie between 1000 kilometer to 1500 kilometer. So then if yes, then he looked for secondary peak, and he checked the secondary peak lie between 400 kilometer to 1000 kilometer. If yes, then it is the ionogram signal coming from Virginia. So I'm going to use this algorithm and the conclusion from this algorithm in my future work. So we are working on to develop an algorithm that can identify specific transmitter and which location the signals are transmitted from. Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry if I'm earlier how
She did not say that, but you can email me and I can post them to the HamSci website. You're welcome. And even though we want to move this to the Tangerine SDR and that's not ready yet, you know, if you happen to be a person that has an EDIS USRP and a rather beefy computer and you want to do this sort of thing yourself, you know, feel free to send us an email and I'll point you to the software. The software that collects this is called GNU Chirp Sounder 2. It's written by Dr. Juha Virtanen out of University of Tromsø in Norway, and that's open source. I'll be happy to, you know, send it your way, and you can try and receive these as well.
Yeah.
So we make the assumption, and again, people who know these things, that work with these transmitters, they have told me that it's a reasonably safe assumption that their transmitters start on the top of a UT second, as measured by a GPS pulse per second. So what we do is we make the assumption that it starts at the top of that second, and then any delay we see relative to that, we use that to calculate the offset range. I think it's the top of a second. Yeah. Yeah, David? Right, but the ones in the 1920s you were doing, I guess you were doing monostatic, where you still knew where the pulse started. No? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, this particular code that you have Viernan wrote, it makes that assumption, and you also specify what chirp rate. So the receiver I'm running at my house is set to automatically identify, I think, 50, 100, and 150 kilohertz per second chirps, and it keeps the last like 5 minutes of 20 megahertz worth of spectrum in memory, and it looks for those, and then it de-chirps it when it detects that. Yeah, and actually here it's a big RAM, because we're keeping all that, so I've got like 120 gigs of RAM, keeping all that in RAM, and then it's running a ring buffer on that. And then, yeah, big hard drive too, so we have about, 10, 12 terabytes of data that we've collected over the past year. After the IQ data has been reduced into the ionograms. Yeah, so we know on good information that there are at least chirp ionosonde transmitters in Virginia, Puerto Rico, and Texas. And so then we know that the Virginia one is the closest to my house, about 500 kilometers. So we are making the assumption that ionograms that have that 500 kilometer range are probably from that particular transmitter. If we're going to extend this, these receivers to other places, we need to come up with an algorithm that will, if you have more than one of these receivers, could potentially triangulate where these things are coming from, so share information. Otherwise, the best you can know is, we can draw a radius of how many kilometers around that particular signal is coming from, and then knowing that knowing where certain ones are located with good reliable knowledge, then you can make a good guess that it's probably coming from this particular one. Yeah? I only have NSF and NASA funding, so everything I'm doing is I'm working in a totally unclassified domain. I'm trying to do everything I'm doing not, working like that. So I'm strictly trying to just pick up signals that we can just hear that are, clear air. So I'm trying to not go into the classified realm. Yeah. Well, relocatable is they're a little liberal in their use of the term relocatable. So hypothetically, if they needed to relocate it, they could, but it's certainly not an easy thing. I think it's similar to the way that I live in a mobile home that's a double wide. You don't want to move that thing. Thank you.
Come on up, Gerald. Okay, we're gonna put Gerald's talk on the.
will give you the red, and you the green.
Hello, everybody. I'm Devin Deal. I'm a new master's student at the University of Scranton in software engineering. And this summer I started working with the Pylab project. I'm Gerard Piccini, KD2ZHK. I'm a sophomore electrical engineering major, also at Scranton. And I also started working on it this summer. All right, so Farlap is the provision of high-frequency ray tracing laboratory for propagation. It generates ionospheric models and ray trace plots. It uses MATLAB to generate these models. It was developed by the Australian Department of Defense, and it's made mostly of closed source Fortran static library objects, and it utilizes international reference ionosphere models, and it's reliant on MATLAB as a development environment, which is what we were going to change. Pylab is a front-facing interface for Farlap that is written in Python, and it was developed to remove the necessity of Farlap in MATLAB, because Farlap's dependence on MATLAB makes it difficult for some of the science and hobbyist community to use Farlap, specifically because the acquiring the license can be costly and makes it difficult for those who don't have funding. Pylab provides an alternative to MATLAB, as it is a Python interface to the Farlap toolbox, so that Farlap can be more easily accessible. And Python is used because it's similar to MATLAB, so that it could be simply ported over. The Farlap toolbox must be installed because the Pylab program uses the Farlap computational engine, which is quite powerful. And you must also download the redistributable libraries for Intel C++ and Fortran 2020 compilers for Linux. That's because the original Fortran libraries were compiled using the Intel Fortran compiler, and the following libraries for Python were used for plotting and math: SNumpy, QtPy, SciPy, and Matplotlib. So Pylab works as a front-facing interface to still use the Farlap computational engine. The Python interacts with C source files that were ported over into Python modules, and then after that it will interact directly with the Fortran of Farlap. And Pylab provides a complete toolbox, just like MATLAB does, so you can interact with all of the source files as well. So the main capabilities of Pylab are that it can generate an ionosphere, ray trace through the ionosphere, and then plot the ionosphere and attached rays. I'm sure you know this is useful in a lot of different applications to actually get data and put it into a format that can be usable by the science community. So in the diagram I have here, it shows the Python in the front here. I guess that doesn't work, but in the front, that will then call the CPython modules to pass inputs to the Fortran that will actually generate the ionosphere and do the ray traces, and then that gets passed back so that it can be plotted. So generating the ionosphere, the user passes input to Python with such parameters as elevation, frequency, latitude, longitude. This gets passed to the GenIono grid, and then that is passed to the IRI model, where it is then generated and passed back. Similarly to MATLAB, it uses C wrapper functions so that it can call the IRI model. And this is just an example of the actual call within the Python code to pass back the parameters. Generating a ray trace is pretty much the same process. It will pass back inputs to the ray trace 2D, 3D C module. That will then be passed back to the Fortran numerical engine. And then the numerical engine generates the ray traces, and then the data is passed back so it can be plotted. And that is an example of the actual call for the ray trace 2D and the parameters that are being passed back.
Pylab has been tested extensively with the example scripts that have already been ported from MATLAB to Pylab. This is to ensure that it is accurate by comparing the output of MATLAB with Pylab. Just to ensure they're accurate. Through this, Pylab has been shown to have accuracy that is within an acceptable range of error. More testing needs to be completed on files that have yet to be ported over to Pylab. These just haven't been ported over yet, and so they should work fine. The engine is ported, but examples have not yet been brought over. Here we have an example of a Ionosphere plot, ray trace plot. The top there, that's the original MATLAB output, and the bottom is Python. And so you can see that there's essentially no difference aside from the visual coloring and yeah. This is a 3D version of this. In the interface, you'd be able to move it around and see it from like every angle. But again, there's pretty much no difference between the two. Again, here's a different comparison. You can see this is comparing 2D NRTs with 3D NRTs, and same story here. Ground range versus group range, it both show the same data. And
yeah, these are all ported from the original MATLAB example files that are within Farlap and used.
Again, this one, it's just from the same plot, just from different angles. Comparing more data, it's consistent in Pylab as compared to MATLAB. Yep, same story here.
And now we're really excited to announce that Pylab is actually released for Linux and can be used openly. It can be found at the Hamside GitHub. And the link is right there. Directions to install the program are in the README file. And if you need any help troubleshooting or have any questions after this, feel free to email me. I have my email there. As a summary, Farlap is a powerful numerical ray tracing toolbox that runs in the MATLAB environment. Pylab is a Python interface to Farlap that is not dependent on the MATLAB environment, which will allow a wider audience of users to actually use the program. Pylab has been extensively tested in its main functionalities to ensure its accuracy, and it's now available for download on Linux. There is still a lot to do with Pylab. We still need to make it available for Windows and Mac OS, and to finish porting the rest of the example files from MATLAB, and also to simplify the install process. And my work going forward with it will be to hopefully implement it with using the SAM E3 model. If anybody would love to help out, we always need people to help with a few of these things because they still need to be done. And that is it. Are there any questions? You do, yes. It is reliant on those.
Yes, the example files are ported to Python so they can be used. And there's a README with step-by-step instructions on how to install it. I've even written up a shell script to make the install process easier. It's Python 3. Not one for one, but it is relatively simple. Python was chosen because it is syntactically pretty similar to the MATLAB code. So it doesn't take a whole lot of work to actually port it over, so it can be used in Python. What's up? I'm not familiar with it. I am. Oh, you're familiar with it. So we chose Python for a couple of reasons. It's free and open source, which is something that we really wanted. And I do all of my analysis already in Python. So I really needed a tool that I was fluent in. So that's why we chose that. But the free and open source part, part of our mission is developing analysis tools that we can let amateurs use without having to pay for a MATLAB license or these licensing fees. It did come up last year when we've talked about this program. People have asked, can you use Octave with it? A number of people have tried using Farlap with Octave, and they have not been successful. And there's a discussion on the HamSci listserv about that about a year ago. So I mean, people are welcome to continue to try, but people tried, and these are people who knew things about Octave, and they had a lot of difficulty with it. So Farlap is free and open source to be downloaded. It's not open source, but it's free to be downloaded from the Australian Department of Defense. Yeah, Farlap is like mixed source, so part of it is open source. Many of the MATLAB scripts are open source, but the core computational engine, they only distribute as pre-compiled Fortran libraries. And that's, I think, for proprietary IP reasons. That's what Manny Cervera told us last year. So, but you can go to the Australian Department of Defense site and you can download that for free. Any other questions?
Very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're going to segue into a break, and we're a little bit early, and that's fine. Just gives you a little bit longer break. What we'd like to do is be back here, and we're going to start with the next talk, Veronica's talk, and we'll start at, let me see here, at 2:50. 2:50. Yeah, we're going to take a 20-minute break. So actually, it turns out to be a little bit longer. So you've got a good 30 minutes, 35 minutes. So let's be back, and we'll get started at 2:50. Or for those of you that like 24-hour time, it's 14:50. Eastern Daylight Time.
if you've been wondering where the milk and the chocolate milk is, it's been delivered. Okay, so it didn't come out. I had to remind the hotel for it. So if you would like some milk or chocolate milk, it's available. Okay, let's go ahead and get started back. Let's go ahead and get everyone back in.
Several different grades.
Should I do it now before we start, or just one?
We got the time. You got a USB
Well,
stick, or do you need one?
Yeah, you can give me
No,
a.
we're out of time. Sorry. But we need to get you going. So go ahead and copy that over, and then we'll do it when we switch over. But we got to get her started. Stay on the schedule. And Diego, you probably don't want to get stuck up here.
Would you like a lapel mic?
I gave him that.
No, I'll give her the red one. This one.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring up. There we go. Check. Blue mic.
Test.
Gary? You ready? Okay. And Jason?
Okay, and I've got the blue mic. Wonderful. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back, everyone, from the break. So we're going to segue into Veronica Romanek, okay, and KD2 UHN, and her talk on measuring characteristics of traveling ionospheric disturbances observed with a network of low-cost ham-side personal space weather stations. And I don't know what it is with these talks. I mean, are we supposed to put out awards for like the longest title or something? All right, all jokes aside, go ahead and take it away.
All right, thank you for that nice introduction. So yes, my name is Veronica. I am another one of Dr. Frisel's students from the University of Scranton. I forgot to put my call sign up there, but I am a ham. My call sign is KD2UHN. Okay, so a brief overview of what I will be aiming to convey to you today is what are TIDs and how do we detect them? What is the Great Personal Space Weather Station? How does it work? What can we learn from the data? And how can we proceed? So I wanted to just give a brief overview of traveling ionospheric disturbances, or TIDs. And so what those are space weather effects that are generated by propagating gravity waves or geomagnetic activity that can disturb the electron density in the ionosphere and create moving wave-like irregularities of charged particles in a planet's atmosphere. And it's important for us to study them because they can have all kinds of impacts on high-frequency communications, GPS systems, and any other type of technology that is reliant on the ionosphere to work properly. So right now, we have a network of great personal space weather stations that are set up around the country, and we are using those to ultimately determine the propagation direction, wavelength, and velocity of the TIDs that we detect. A little more about TIDs. So they can be detected a number of ways, including ionosons, incoherent scatter radars, GNSS systems, or as you'll see throughout my presentation, high-frequency Doppler systems as well. So I'm sure a lot of you are already familiar with WWV, which is the National Institute of Standards and Technology Time Standard Station. It's located near Fort Collins, Colorado, and it's very useful to us because it outputs extremely accurate frequencies on a number of different frequencies listed on the screen there. And for the purposes of this specific project, I have been looking at the 10 megahertz frequency and how that is Doppler shifted as it refracts off the ionosphere. So, as I mentioned, there are a network of great receivers set up around the country. I'm just going to explain briefly a little bit about how they work. I know some other people have done that this morning. But I'm going to look closely at the one I set up at my house, or my call sign there, KD2UHN. And this is a map showing the path, great circle path between WWV and my house. And I did want to note, the line looks a little crooked, and that's just due to the distortions of the two-dimensional map. So what is the GRAPE? As you've heard, it was developed by the Ham Radio Science Citizen Investigation, or HAMSCI, and its members at Case Western Reserve University. And what it is a small measurement platform that can be used to make ground-based observations of the space environment. And I have a picture of the one set up at my house here on the right. And so This, on the left, you see a coax cable that just connects to an OCF dipole antenna that I have on my roof. And then it, just going through some of the main components, there's the GPSDO, the SSR grape board, the sound card, Raspberry Pi 4B, and a GPS antenna that I usually have by my window, but I just moved it into the frame so that you could see it in the picture. All right, so what are we doing with these grapes? So the ultimate goal is to determine the propagation direction of traveling ionospheric disturbances that we detect. And so to do this, I am looking at 3 very specific grapes. One is in Ohio, one is in Pennsylvania, and one is in Georgia. This orientation was picked because it is pretty triangular. We have to pick a specific orientation because we're ultimately triangulating the position, and so due to the, considering the layout that we have set up, this I found was the best one that I could use. And I did want to point out that even though this appears to be the distance between the receivers, we're actually working with the midpoints between WWV and each of these receivers because that's the part that the radio wave interacts with the ionosphere at. Oops, sorry. Okay, so what do we have here? So I have been working with real data, but just to make sure that my algorithm is working correctly, I also did some simulated data in Python. And so I'm going to walk you through what I did with the simulated data and then explain how that translates into what I'm doing with the real data. And so what I did was I generated some pulses about 10 minutes apart in Python. And you see on each of these figures, there's a pair on the top. That shows you the, for the simulated data, that's just the black line is the filtered version and the blue line is the raw data. And then below it is just different orientation. You can see the power spectral density and see where there is a wave. In this case, that would be a TID. And then on the right-hand side, this is the actual data that I'm working with from July 19th of this past summer. And again, the blue background data, that's just the raw data. And then I applied a filter so you could see the black line is the filter data. And then you see these bright yellow spots. These are indicative of a TID that we see on that day. And so you notice I have this dotted red line. You see the TID appears to be seen at different times throughout the day at each station, starting with Ohio and then Pennsylvania and then Georgia. So to confirm what we were seeing, I did a cross correlation. So first, this is with the simulated data. So this is the pulses that I generated in Python. And I wanted to show that as you do the cross correlation, the part that matches up best is the brightest red part, or the darkest red part. And in this case, I had manipulated the data so that the pulses would occur 10 minutes apart, which corresponds to the most red part. As you see on the y-axis, the lag is 10, which means 10 minutes is where they lined up best. And based on the way that I wrote the code, the station that sees the waveform first will have the red spot above it. So as I did the cross correlation between station A and B in my simulated data, the red spot being above the 0 point on the y-axis just shows you that the first station saw the waveform before the second one. So how does this translate into my real data? So here I show you a cross correlation plot between these 2 figures in the top right. And this is the cross correlation between the station in Pennsylvania and the station in Ohio. And you see how the dark red spot is slightly below 0? That means that Ohio saw this TID first. And so I did a cross correlation between all of the 3 stations. And so I did it between Pennsylvania and Georgia here. And it's kind of zoomed out, but I did mess with the parameters. And when you do zoom in, you see that Pennsylvania sees the TID first. And then again here, Ohio sees the TID first. And so I reoriented, or not reoriented, but I kind of drew a general vector representation of the direction we saw it moving. This isn't actually like vectors to scale. This is just my like basic arrows that I drew. And so given that Ohio sees it before Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania sees it before Georgia, and Ohio sees it before Georgia, I determined that the TID that we saw on July 19th of this past summer is most likely moving in a southeast direction. And so where do we go from here? So I am building upon a method used by Claire Trope, who is an alumni from Dartmouth. And so I demonstrated how we can use the GRAPE data to determine the propagation direction. Going forward in the very near future, I should be able to use this information to find the phase velocity of the TID, and then going from there, we should be able to calculate the wavelength of the TIDs that we're detecting with the GRAPE data. So a summary of what I presented to you today. So we are using the radio waves to look for and study TIDs in the ionosphere. We're doing this by using data from a network of GRAPE receivers that are set up all across the country. I have these receivers, or the data that I'm using from these receivers are actively monitoring the 10 megahertz transmission from WWV. I'm filtering that data, I'm doing a cross correlation, and using that cross correlation, we're able to determine the TID propagation direction, and then from there, I will work to determine the phase velocity and wavelength of the TIDs that we detect with the GRAPEs. So I want to acknowledge the support for this project. I have some references, and if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I have two questions. One, what type of antenna are you using, basic? And the more complex question, I think, is how do you do the calculations for the moving aspect of it?
Sure. So I have an OCF off-center fed dipole antenna. The center point is 30 feet from the ground, and then I think it's 80 and 90 feet on each side. And then as for the calculations, so that's actually a great question. That's a key component to the kind of work I'm doing. So as you compare these two, so as the wave moves across the country, I have a map. So the wave is moving, and so that means as it's detected, as you see the wave shown in each of the figures, it'll be seen at different times for each of the stations. And so when we do the cross correlation, that kind of shows you how it's moving, because you're comparing what the station saw.
So you're actually comparing the time between reception? I mean, using that stable clock?
So I'm not so much comparing the time, I'm more so comparing the waveform. So you see these top plots, there's similar, the TID will be seen as a very similar shaped wave in each of those plots. And so as I compare them with each other, we can say, oh, each of these stations saw the same wave, but at different times. And in doing that, we can find the lag value, or the time between the stations seeing it, and so that's the bright red spot and how far that is from the zero axis on the y-axis.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yes?
And some other questions? Let's get the microphone to you.
So I have several questions. First off, it seems that the time differential between the Ohio station pickup and the Pennsylvania station pickup is on the order of a minute or minutes. Mm-hmm. So it obviously is not a light speed event. It's obviously not a sound-based event. Do you have, my first question is, do you have comments on the what the likely movement mechanism is at all? And my second question is, you commented on gravity waves, and have you done any work, and I'm not sure if it's applicable, with the LIGO experiment, which is actually looking for gravity waves, gravitational waves? Okay, right. Okay, well then just the first question.
Okay. I'm sorry, can you rephrase repeat the first question?
The first question had to do with the methodology of movement based on the fact that it's on a minute time scale as opposed to, you know, micro or nanosecond, or sound would be much slower, like on the order of half an hour to an hour.
So I'll answer as best as I can, and then Dr. Purcell may have some things to add. But my understanding is when the TID is occurring, what's propagating is the ions in the atmosphere. And so as for the mechanism, it would be like the ions are oscillating, and that would be where the movement's coming from. I don't know if Dr. Purcell wants to add anything to that.
So there's a neutral atmospheric gravity wave, which is different from a gravitational wave. I'm thinking these are probably going to be medium scale traveling ionospheric disturbances, which have speeds of around 300 meters per second or less. And the neutral atmospheric gravity wave will couple with the electrons in the ionosphere, and we're seeing changes in the electron density that are coupled with the neutral atmosphere.
Thank you. Are there any other? Oh, Christina.
Hey, Veronica, very nicely done. Cross between a question and a request. Could you put what you have here, or maybe a subsequent version of it, up on the Hamside GitHub? Because it looks like this is working off of the PSWS repo.
Yeah, so I can put this on GitHub if
Awesome.
you want. Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem.
Any other questions for Veronica? Big round of applause.
Thank you.
Very well done.
Okay, give us a minute. We got some talks to transfer to the computer. Okay, so we're next up. We have Diego Sanchez, KD2 RLM, comparison of manual and machine learning assisted high frequency amateur radio LSTID observations.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm a student at the New Jersey Institute of Technology working with Dr. Nathaniel Furcell, and I've been continuing his work in using ham radio data to observe space weather phenomena, in this case LSTIDs. So for this study specifically, we've been looking at large-scale traveling ionospheric disturbances, or LSTIDs, and these are TIDs that have wavelengths of over 1,000 kilometers and periodicities from between 30 to 180 minutes. And they are observable by many other instruments. Dr. Nathaniel Furcell, he just recently got a paper published on his new technique for observing these phenomena using ham radio data from RBN and WhisperNet. And so just really quickly, how we would observe these phenomena in the ham radio data primarily comes from how the propagation works. So as the TID is going through the ionosphere, as the perturbations are going through, the actual refraction changes. So the distance from one from one transmitter would actually change as the TID is going through. So they're perceived as a kind of HF fading. And yeah, just showing real quick, I'm assuming everyone here at this point knows RBN WhisperNet and PSK Reporter. And these are the visualizations that Dr. Tanya Fursell had created. So we have here the top two plots is showing, the topmost is showing geomagnetic activity using the KP index and SIMH. This bottom one here is showing data from the GOES 13 and 15 satellites, so any solar activity, primarily looking for any solar flares or anything that are happening during the day that might be causing any disturbances. On the bottom left, we actually have the spot data locations. So those are, each spot there is the midpoint between transmitter and receiver. Top left, the actual percentages, total spot number for this plot, as well as the percentage from each data set, RBN and WhisperNet. And down here, we actually have the 2D histograms that we're using. So our x-axis is UT time, y-axis is the distance between transmitter and receiver, and the actual color showing spot density. So the more yellow colors are showing more number of spots for that time of day with that distance in kilometers. So the TID structures, we'd usually, normal day with no disturbances, we'd kind of see a very flat surface down here. As we reach noon, we'd have the lowest possible, the lowest propagation distance. And as the TID goes through the ionosphere, if it's moving, if it's big enough to move almost the entirety of the US at the same time, it'll show up as these kind of periodic wave structures. So these are the structures, these are the TID structures that show up in this, in the data. Now, we validated this. This is all in Nathaniel's published paper from February. Up top is the DOI if anyone wants to look at it. But just really quick, we basically found days where we observed very clear TID structure, or possible TID structures, and compared them to other existing instruments, primarily SuperDARN and GPS TEC plots. And so what I did was actually go through and do a climatology of the year 2017. These were the results that I found. There was a lot more TID activity during the winter months as opposed to the summer months, with a very large spike in June, which we are still not quite sure what's causing so much more activity during the summer. And the really interesting thing, so I compared this to other previous climatology and studies. This is from Fursell's 2014 paper using SuperDARN on MSTIDs. And it shows very similar seasonal patterns. And the big advantage using ham radio data is actually we have summertime observation capabilities. That is something that SuperDARN radars do not actually have due to a lack of ground scatter. And you could especially see this when we look at quiet events. So I went through the whole year of 2017, looked for TID structures, did a climatology of that, but then I also went through and looked for very noticeable days with no activity. There was no noise, no other disturbances. And so for SuperDARN, you'd expect to see during the summer that it actually peak during the middle of the summer. But because there is a lack of ground scatter, you can see that. We actually get that with the ham radio data, which I think is a very big advantage. And the big problem, though, is that so this technique is very slow. You have to manually go through each individual day looking for these structures. And there is a lot of data. I believe we can go back to 2008. We have RBN and WhisperNet data. And so we're trying to develop an automated observation technique using machine learning, which is actually something that Bill Engelke, is developing. And so I've been helping with validating that, and eventually once the machine learning model is trained and accurate enough, use that to do try to find what's the drivers for these TIDs that we're seeing. Now, just real quick, Bill is using TensorFlow, which is Google's machine learning program or software. And the way object detection, there are many different types of machine learning algorithms, techniques. We chose object detection because of the way that we observe the TID structures in the data. It's very visual. We're looking for those, these very clear wave structures. So object detection is very good at picking these kind of objects or patterns. And so to be able to train the model, you have to go through, you make a whole bunch of plots, and you have to set these boxes, these bounding boxes. And this is basically telling the machine learning algorithm that this is what we want to train you to look for. This is just showing typical what an output looks from the program. So once the model is trained using the training set, it's tested. You could actually see like how well it's actually picking up these structures or not. And so what I've been doing recently was actually try and validate, make sure that I'm not going crazy, what I'm visually seeing, if someone else can actually see the same structures. And I've been working with Dr. Mary Lou West from the Montclair State University, and we've both been going through plots that Bill made using the same data sets. Actually, he's also using PSK Reporter, so he has a lot more data in his plots than I do, which is actually something that's been showing a lot. Bill's plots are much easier to see. We've been finding more TID structures in than mine, and we think just more data, these structures have been appearing more. We're still continuing to work. We haven't finished. We're trying to finish the year 2017, do initial statistics to see how well we agree upon and all the differences between the two data sets. And one key thing though, so Bill, this prototype so far is the first iteration. However, this first iteration is showing very similar seasonal patterns to my climatology. So on the left here, we have Bill's. The blue bars are showing the TID hours, which is what I'm doing. So a full hour with TID activity or observed TID activity. And again, very similar seasonal patterns. Now, this is only with monthly resolution. So far, there doesn't seem to be as well of a comparison when we look at it hour by hour. But this is the very first iteration of this is the very first model that has been trained so far, prototype. But I personally think this is very promising. Yeah, so current results. We haven't really found any conclusive drivers for the TID structures that we found. The current manual observation method is very slow, utilizing all of the data sets, which is why we're trying to develop an automated system. TensorFlow is showing promise in developing a model for automated TID detection. And the first prototype shows a lot of consistency when we look at it, with a monthly resolution. And future work, continue to develop, train the model, make it more accurate. And yeah, thank you. Any questions? Oh, I don't know. You want to use the microphone?
Okay, who has a question?
Up
Raise your
here.
hand. Oh, okay. Here we go, Tom.
Yeah, question.
Yes.
What kind of processor do you run the machine learning on, and how long does it take to do the machine learning?
That is more of a Bill question. However, we do primarily have to use GPUs help a lot with the processing. But yeah.
To do the training in a timely fashion, you need to use a GPU. So what you want is an NVIDIA type GPU that supports CUDA cores with 300 or 400 cores minimum, and
6 gig of RAM minimum, and you can speed it up quite a bit if you add more. And you can train this model with the current training set in 6 or 8 hours. When you're checking images, it only takes a fraction of a second to check each image. Now, the current model is just a proof of concept, and the training data stuffed into it was just what I could do by hand myself in a couple of weeks. Now, we're going to put a team on this and get better at recognizing what truly represents a TID and do a better job of training. I suspect the training may slow down a bit, but on the other hand, Nathaniel has ordered a machine with a hotter GPU to be installed at Scranton, so we may be able to speed things up and for the training. The training is the only thing that's time consuming.
Any other questions?
Big round of applause. Thank you very much. That's really exciting. Good luck with that, and we hope to hear some updates on that. George, let's cue up Scotty's talk.
It's not like we've practiced this.
Okay, so next up is Scotty Cowling, WA2 DFI. Scotty was unable to make it to the DCC here due to an illness in the family. And so what we did is we asked him to make a recording so we could get an update on the Tangerine SDR. Is it going to come out on the speakers? Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to make sure this gets out on the speakers here. So, Scotty Cowling, WA2 DFI, Tangerine SDR prototype hardware, and MagnetoPi production status update.
To you today about the architecture and updating the hardware of the Tangerine SDR. You may have heard of this project. It's been going on since about 2018. It started at the DCC in Albuquerque in that year. So quick review, what it is. The Tangerine SDR project is modular and open source hardware and software platform for a new SDR. And it's also run by a group of volunteers led by TAPR, dedicated to the building of a pool of open source SDR design information. And for a full rundown of the Tangerine SDR project, please visit the project website at tangerinesdr.com for probably more information than you would ever want to know. Everything we put up there, so it's a wealth of information. And we'd also like to acknowledge the NSF for several grants in support of this project, and we'd also like to acknowledge the ARDC, which you're going to hear a lot about this weekend. They've been very generous and helpful in promoting this project and helping us get hardware out the door. So, what is the Tangerine SDR radio? Tangerine SDR hardware main features are an FPGA-based gigabit Ethernet direct sampling receiver. So that means we connect the A to D basically directly to the antenna, and our data path is gigabit Ethernet. And the pre-processing is done by an FPGA on board. This allows us to give full receive coverage from 100 kilohertz to 60 megahertz, and we sample the entire spectrum at the same time, at once. So there's technically no hardware bands. web-based configuration to makes it easy to set up, and we can generate multiple UDP streams covering the 100 kilohertz to 60 megahertz band, and which means we can cover all ham bands from 160 through 6 meters. And we generate these UDP streams simultaneously, so you can basically get synchronous radio, virtual channels, virtual radios, represented by multiple UDP streams. And we have dual gigabit Ethernet port, which allows you to connect it up to a local network and to a local host without an external switch. And while the first out the gate is receive only, transmit capability is a future option. So, the multiple components of the SDR radio, the Tangerine SDR radio, are the data engine, which is basically a baseboard, like a motherboard. It has the FPGA on it and the communications channels, the RF modules. 2 are supported, and they have the A to D and associated analog RF front-end circuitry on them. The clock module, which generates the system clocks and is also a holder for a GPS disciplined oscillator, so you can get very accurate time stamping and very accurate frequency measurements using depending on which clock module you use, and I'll get into that pretty quick here. Also, a low-speed expansion adapter fixture, or leaf, which is basically a Raspberry Pi hat with some higher speed I/O, and in addition to the slower speed Raspberry Pi I/O. So we'll show you what you can do with these interfaces in a little bit. The thing that makes it Tangerine SDR a little bit different is the fact that we include a compute engine or a host computer, which is typically a Raspberry Pi class computer. However, it can be any class computer because its connectivity is gigabit Ethernet. So if you need more horsepower, more processing horsepower, you can use an i7 or i9 or a multitude of any computer that has a gigabit Ethernet port on it. And we also, in this review, are going to include one optional sensor module, which is a magnetometer, which can be used to measure the Earth's magnetic field on 3 axes at relatively high sensitivity. So here's a block diagram of the system, and you can see the SDR hardware on the left and the single board computer on the right. And again, this can be a single board computer, a very simple, small, low-cost one. Or if you need more computing horsepower, you can connect up any computer that has a gigabit Ethernet port on it, which opens it up to desktops and any kind of giant computers that may exist in the future. So we'll go over these modules pretty quick one by one, and then I'll give you a hardware update status on where they all are. So start off with the FPGA and the memory and the communication systems. We use an Altera Intel 10M50, a Max 10 FPGA with 50,000 logic elements. A logic element consists of 2 flip-flops and 2 lookup tables, and there's 50,000 of these logic elements in a sea of gates connected with interconnect that the user gets to program, the user being us. We added some memories, 512 megabyte memories typically for buffering Ethernet packets. We also have some serial flash for multiple FPGA images if we want to be able to load them into the Tangerine SDR and be able to switch between them quickly without having to reload them, reprogram flash. We should be able to do that. And serial EEPROM for some non-volatile settings like fixed serial numbers and configuration settings and things like that. And a micro SD card interface for updates, easy updates, if you when we get to that point where there'd be multiple updates. And it runs on a single power supply, 11 to 15 volts, your standard power supply that you have in your shack everywhere, every day. The communications interfaces are 3. We have a 5 gigabit USB 3, up to 500 megabytes per second, high-speed interface. It's a single lane full duplex. We also have a USB 2 host interface, and this is typically used if you wanted to put a DVB dongle or one of the cheap $20 dongles and plug it in and do some interesting things with the data streams from that you couldn't do by plugging it onto a regular, like a Raspberry Pi or a host computer. because you get the power of the FPGA to deal with the data stream. And dual gigabit Ethernet RG45 ports, and these are the ones that we use for our communications of the INQ data from the data engine back to the outside world. This is a picture of the data engine. I was hoping to have a real data engine, but circumstances have made it so that I wasn't able to attend DCC in person, and the contract manufacturer has actually got this in process, and we're supposed to get finished boards October 4th is the due date. So this is the best I can do, give you a picture of the board. And if you can see the cursor, the FPGA is down here in the lower center. Over on the lower left is the clock module. The upper right is the leaf module. And then what you don't see, the fingers along the bottom are for 2 RF modules that slide underneath behind the data engine board. So you basically get a 3-board stack. And I'll get into a little bit more detail in a minute on that. Now take a quick look at the RF modules. So we have space for 2 of them. And right now all we have is a receive module, but it is a dual channel synchronous receive module. And you can put up to 2 of them on the board, so you can basically have 4 channels of synchronous receive. And the idea is to perhaps replace one of them with a transmit module, so we will end up with a transceiver. And Tom N5EG is the project leader for the HFRF module. I think he's actually here at the DCC, so say hi to him and query him on any questions you might have on the RF module. He's the expert. We use a dual 14-bit ADC clocked at 122 megahertz. They have remotely switchable attenuators and a low noise and a noise source that we can calibrate, a calibrated noise source that we can use to calibrate the receiver. Also, we have an option for low-pass filters on each channel. We have user-defined plug-in filters, which is really interesting. If you live next to a broadcast station, you can put in a BCB trap or a high-pass filter in and basically eliminate that kind of interference. And dual SMA connectors, since it's a 2-channel board. This is a block diagram of the module. You can see that the flow is from right to left, so the antenna inputs on the right through the attenuators and the user filters, the fixed low-pass filters, which can be removed, 20 dB amplifier, LNA, followed by a dual 14-bit ADC, and then these are the data pass off to the FPGA. Here is a layout of the RF module. This is the top. The right over here is the ADC, and what you don't see is on the bottom side is the 140-pin MEC connector that used to plug onto the data engine. This is a picture of the RF module, and again, you can't see the 140-pin connector over here on the right-hand end. And these relays on the left are used to switch in the attenuators and the noise source. And these cans here are the built-in low-pass filters. And you can see we've got the 3 headers, for 3 for each channel. That gives you the ability to plug on custom low-pass, high-pass, bandpass, preamps, or whatever kind of filters you want. The clock module is next, and we use an ultra-stable TCXO, and the first one out the door is the ZF9T dual band GPS, and this is actually useful for the personal space weather station crowd, because since it's dual band, you can measure total electron content in the ionosphere. And if you want to know what that means and how to do it, talk to Nathaniel, W2NAF. He's here at the conference this weekend, and he's an expert on this kind of thing, on the science of the ionosphere. So the other option is we can mount on the same PC board. Is a build option. We can mount 2 different lower cost GPS units, so that we can offer a range of clock modules from down in the below $100 range to the $300 range or so, depending on the performance level you want. Because the F9T, the GPS alone is about $200, so it makes the clock module pretty expensive when you put that on there. but we have the option to use a cheaper one that's down around $30. Gives you a little bit less performance and is not dual band, but it does give you accurate frequency measurements for a relatively low cost. We also have a 10-channel synthesizer on board to generate all the clocks needed for the data engine. And it plugs, like I said, plugs right on the data engine. And tomorrow, John will talk to you about a laboratory standard carrier board, or a carrier board that will make the clock module into a laboratory standard for your shack, bringing all 10 outputs out and giving you access to pretty much everything that the clock module has to offer. The data engine only uses a subset of the clock module features. And these are the three variants: the high performance with the ZF9T U blocks, mid-grade with a Neo M8T, single band GPS, and the low-cost version with the Neo M9N. And this is actually incorrect. It turns out that the PPS output is undocumented on this particular GPS, so you still get both a 10 megahertz and a PPS output, so this makes this actually a very viable alternative to these higher cost units. This is a block diagram of the clock module. And this is a layout of the clock module. And this may be a little deceptive because this module is about 1.5 inches square. Extremely small, and I'll show you a picture of it right here. That's the GPS in the lower right corner, and you can see by the size of the SMAs, this is a very small board. Okay, I'm not going to dwell too much on the Leaf I/O module, but the idea is we wanted to be able to accommodate our Raspberry Pi hats on the data engine. So we put the 40-pin connector up here that's compatible with the Raspberry Pi hat, and added some high-speed I/O down here, made the board a little bit longer, and added some high-speed I/O that goes to the FPGA that enables you to do things like, I'll talk about in a minute, the a VLF module, VLF receiver module that covers 10 kilohertz to 200 kilohertz, and that can actually be built on a Leaf board and plug right on the top of the top of the data engine, so you end up with a 10 kilohertz to 60 megahertz receiver. And by the way, the VLF receiver module is a 4-channel unit, and you're going to hear a little bit more about that from Jonathan, KC3EY. I think he either just preceded me or will follow me, and we'll get to hear a little more about that. Also, you can use the Leaf board for I/O expansion like PTT, PA keying, and things like that, low-speed I/O. And as an option, this is the MagnetoPi or MagPi board. This is a 3-axis magnetometer that has the sensitivity down to 13 nanoteslas, which is a lot more sensitive than most people's cell phones, even though your cell phone has a magnetometer in it. Lots of them do. But it's much more sensitive and just under the sensitivity of the lab grade standards. So for the cost that this is going to be offered, it's going to be a very high performance module for the money that you're going to lay out for it. And this is a picture of it. The orange board back here is the base. The top board here is the P&I board that we buy from P&I, the RM3100, that has the LSI part right here. And if you can, it's hard to see, but you can see the coils here, the 3 axes coils for measuring the magnetic field on the 3 axes, X, Y, and Z axes. And 40-pin Raspberry Pi long pin header. So how does this all plug together? Well, this is since I don't have a data engine quite yet, I can't show you a picture of this, but it's basically a 3-board stack with the data engine as the middle of everything. The Leaf board and the clock module sit on top, and the 2 RF modules sit behind in the data engine and plug on from below. So it becomes a 3-board stack with the RF modules on the bottom, the data engine in the middle, the clock module, and the Leaf module on the top. So you heard a lot about the Personal Space Weather Station already, so this is a hardware platform enabling you to build a personal space weather station that Nathaniel has talked about. already. So very, very simple setup, but very high performance and all modular. So you can pick the GPSDO of performance level that you want. The idea will be to build additional receiver modules that will be either higher or lower performance, so you can pay for the level of performance that you want. So what can you do with it besides personal space weather station? Whisper monitor, FT8 monitor, and remember we receive all bands simultaneously and at the same time as we're using it as a personal space weather station. So you can, for instance, one of the apps they put in is you can monitor FT8 on all bands simultaneously, listening for a particular call sign, and when you hear it, you can have the Raspberry Pi send you an email saying that that call sign has been identified. So if your buddy Bob is on the air, he's on 30 meters, you get an email saying that he's been detected on 30 meters, and you can go work him, watch him, whatever you want to do. It identifies that he's on. And we'll be able to do full digital mode of operation once we implement transmit, which is going to be in the future. So part of the problem we had was we had trouble getting FPGAs, as everyone else did. So what we did is we made a contingency plan. Since we had the RFM and the clock module, RF module, clock module is complete, we built a DE adapter board which uses an off-the-shelf Max 10 development kit that will substitute for the data engine, which we could not build because we could not get the Max 10 parts. So the Max 10 is the data engine is in process. This is a little out of date. It's actually October. It slipped by a month. So October 2022 is when I'm going to get the data engines. But in the interim, we have the DE adapter already, so we can test RF modules and clock modules with the adapter. And about 11 people in our group actually have the off-the-shelf Max 10 development boards. So interesting enough, you can get the development boards, but you can't get the chip that's on the development board. So the joke was, we'll just buy development boards and unsolder the chips and solder them on our board. But since it's a BGA package, that's a little bit problematic. Anyway, this is the way the setup looks with the Max 10 development kit. Off-the-shelf board here on the left, our adapter board in the middle, and we can plug one RF module on the back, the clock module in the corner, and this is actually a Mictor connector for a TI evaluation board that uses the same chip that Jonathan is going to use in the VLF receiver. So this will enable him to do some testing on VLF and the chip for VLF use and get some performance estimates before we actually have a VLF board to plug in. And a side view looks like this. So the off-the-shelf board here, step up to the DE adapter. This is a HSMC connector, and then the standard RF module connector, it goes below. So the DE adapter board is acting as the motherboard that houses the RF module, the clock module, and then this is the TI evaluation board that Jonathan's going to use for his VLF receiver. And here's a picture of the what I just showed you. This is the off-the-shelf board, the orange board. Of course, it has to be orange. It's not orange, really. It's tangerine. We've got to get that right. So this is the adapter board in the lower right. This is actually not a clock module. This is a clock module loopback board, which tells me that all of the powers and grounds and data connections are made to this connector. So it's used to evaluate the integrity of the adapter board. And what's on the back here is also an RFM loopback board, which does the same thing for the RFM connector. So this is a test that I'm running right now that is used to determine that the data engine adapter board is functioning. Manufacturing test. So the build schedule, the MagnetoPi hat is complete. Revy production run is built. Look for those boards in the TAPR store in the next month or so. The receiver boards and the GPSDO clock modules are completed, and they will be sent out here shortly to all of the developers to have some fun with. And again, the DE adapter is done. The data engine is the last board to be done. It's due, and this is not incorrect date, it's actually pushed out to October 4th. So, like I said, I almost made DCC, but not quite. So just to give a plug for TAPR, since this is the TAPR DCC, we'd like to support SDR development with R&D funding and early production and prototyping. So it's grown from the HPSDR days into a bigger pool of contributors and experimenters working on SDRs more than ever before. So if you're interested in SDR, come work with us and we'll have some fun. Our webpage, tangerinesdr.com, everything you ever wanted to know. We have a listserv, and we also do a Zoom session every Monday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern. All the information is on the tangerinesdr.com website. And that's all I have today. Thank you very much for your time.
We have a question for Scotty from the YouTube stream. Dave New asks, what's the current status of the software firmware development, or was that already covered? And Scotty has answered, Tom McDermott and Chong Nguyen and myself are working on the FPGA code. Bill Engelkey has pieces of the network software working, and of course Bill spoke this morning. So did Mr. Nguyen.
So if there's, Scotty's on monitoring if there's any questions. And of course, there's the Tangerine SDR team is here. We got Tom McDermott, Bill Lenicky, and we have Dave Larson is on there. Who's the other ones? Yeah, we heard from, I gotta look at it. Kung, Dave Witten. Dave Witten's the one that's worked on the Magneto Pi. So we have the whole contingent here, so if there's any questions for that. Yes, Pat, here, let me hand you the mic.
Thanks, Pat, N8PK. I was wondering about the magnetometer. This is not the only project using a magnetometer. I was glad to see the actual part number listed, so I guess we don't have to wind our own, which is a big plus. But I was wondering, how easy is it to calibrate this magnetometer?
Okay, David? Diddy, goodness. You want to try that? Okay, let me hand the mic to Nathaniel.
So I think Dave Witten and Jules Matty already have it pretty well set in software that they're getting reasonable readings out of it. Hyoming Kim, he's an assistant professor over at NJIT. He's the science PI of the magnetometer. He is working with a group called SuperMag. So what SuperMag is, that's Jesper Yerlev at, I think he's in, Jesper Yerlev. So their group, they take magnetometer data in from around the world from many different networks, and they're able to look at it and do basically a kind of an automatic calibration to make it science usable based on just what's coming in by looking at, you know, multiple days worth of data from that station. So we are trying to make it as friendly as possible to make it usable.
Okay, so it's already a done deal. They've got a bunch of these, and they've already calibrated, and they could determine, like,
I won't say it's
error in Sykesville, Maryland.
Yeah, I won't say it's a done deal completely, because I think as we deploy more of these, we're going to start seeing those errors. But I think we have a plan forward. I think we have a reasonable plan forward for making it all usable.
Cool. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Nathaniel.
Sure.
Any other questions about the project?
Just on this calibration issue, isn't it really differential information that you need, not necessarily the absolute level?
Yes, it's absolutely true. We're using the differential information, and I think that makes it a little bit of an easier problem. Yeah.
Wait, let's get a microphone.
So one thing about the magnetometer is it needs to be isolated from your sunlight. And we found that actually burying it in the ground is important. So we have a system of putting it in a PVC pipe with water protection. turned one to bright green by allowing water in there. And we would usually run about 100 feet of Cat 6 cable that actually carries power out to the external board. But it's doable. We have plenty of prototypes built, and we have instruction sheets on how to do it.
Dave, I'm glad you mentioned something about the down hole put about 36 inches down. Then the challenge becomes aligning it. And I have a software that allows you to align it where it will bring up the data on your cell phone, and you rotate it until you null out one of the axes, and then you know everything else is aligned. And I've done that, and I've been able to get data almost identical to the output from the Fredericksburg USGS magnetometer. So it does work.
Yeah, so I'm actually helping Hillman Kim and his postdoc, who actually just got hired somewhere else. So I don't know what's going to happen with this, but we were developing. There's an algorithm for other professional ground magnetometers to, if it's not set up correctly, to actually automatically shift direction and everything. So we were trying to implement some that algorithm for this to kind of help with installation, so that if there is a problem with the installation, it won't actually reflect in the data.
There's some talk on YouTube where Scotty's also interacting and reporting. Dave New of Michigan, W8SBE, as I recall, talk about the magnetometer housed in PVC pipe, but it needed to be meters from everything, which kind of rules out the typical suburban backyard. Scotty replies, still true. You need to bury the remote unit in the backyard. We have a remote mounting kit soon available from TAPR. The local kit will be out first, and that's the YouTube chatter on this.
Okay. Aren't you guys impressed how much work's being done here? All right, big round of applause. There's no pansy engineering here, okay? Pat, you need to join the conversation there. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. All right, so let's go ahead. Jonathan, we're going to queue you up. Check. Give you that one. Next up, we have Jonathan Rizzo, KC3 Echo Echo Uniform. I'm sorry, Echo Echo Yankee, and the Whistler Catcher VHF Leaf Module.
Hi. I'm a VLF natural radio enthusiast and electrical engineer. I'm currently designing a VLF module for the Tangerine SDR for automated reception of natural radio emissions and amateur transmissions in the ULF and VLF band. This information is difficult to pass along now, so if you need it, please see me. The Whistler Catcher for the Tangerine SDR is a data acquisition module used with the VLF and ULF bands all the way up to 100 kilohertz. It provides a data acquisition interface that is part of a feature-rich VLF SDR with associated software. This module, in conjunction with the data engine and clock module of the Tangerine SDR, will produce a digitized GPS time-stamped single or multi-channel stream that is presented over a network socket and is accessible over the LAN through an Ethernet port. With the Whistler Catcher and a suitable VLF receiver or multiple or multi-channel, it's possible to do automated reception of natural radio emissions such as whistlers and chorus, lightning location and spheric analysis, sudden ionospheric disturbance detection with automated monitoring of VLF transmitters like NAA, live listening of the spectrum with hum filtering of the VLF stream. Whoops. And VLF amateur radio QSOs in the Dreamers band and other parts of the ULF and VLF band. The Whistler catcher utilizes the TI-TLV 320 ADC 6140. It's an audio analog to digital converter. It has 4 input channels with 112 dB of dynamic range. Sampling rates up to 768 kHz are achievable for 100 kilohertz operation in the VLF band. 384 kHz sampling is utilized. The synth DO generates the required master clock or bit clock frequency according to the sample rate chosen by the user, with the primary audio clock generated from the synth DO, accurate sampling and time stamping. Accurate sampling and time stamping to universal time is possible. This is required for signal correlation, SIDS, and VLF amateur radio QSOs. For operation, the user connects the VLF receiver feeds via audio isolation transformer to the appropriate screw terminals. The FPGA that configures the active channels, the sample rate, sample length, and master clock configuration via I2C that is based on user configuration settings. It also configures the synth DO to generate the master clock or bit clock frequency required for the configuration. Samples are transported via TDM to the FPGA and are timestamp referenced to GPS time that is compatible with the VLFRX tools software. The channels are combined into a stream that is compatible with the VLFRX tools and is presented to the Ethernet port via network socket. VLFRX tools or Spectrum Lab running on a separate PC can begin to process the stream. The Intel Max 10 FPGA dev board will be used for Verilog development and hardware test. Scotty has developed an interposer board called the DE adapter board to interface the DE boards to the Max 10 dev board. The evaluation dot board from TI will plug right into the DE adapter board like he mentioned. Using the Max 10 dev tools, Verilog code will be written to utilize the dot board. Here are some photos of what the dot board looks like from TI. As Scotty showed before, this is the top-down illustration of how the dot board will mount, and here's a side assembly view. Here is the schematic for the connector interface, and I worked with Scotty to develop this. For use with the Whistler catcher, here's an example installation of a VLF receiver at Nathaniel's QTH. A big thank you to Nathaniel for hosting this VLF receiver. It involved digging a 275 feet trench and running conduit. Here are some pictures of the VLF active antenna and the earth-ground strap. The earth-ground connection is provided by the mast. The mast is aluminum so as not to interfere with the ground mag. On the left is a picture of the VLF receiver preamp board. This is an E-field receiver constructed using Manhattan construction. In the middle you can see the board fits inside a foam insert, and this fits inside PVC pipe that you saw. On the right, the E-field antenna is comprised of copper tape on the outside of a foam insert. The antenna wire is soldered directly to the copper tape. and the front end input of the VLF receiver. The foam insert is used to dampen microphonic vibrations due to wind. The Cat6 pairs an earth-ground connection attached to the green screw terminal connector. Here's a high-level schematic of the system. It illustrates the front end and line driver of the VLF receiver and electrical isolation between the receiver and the shack using isolated DC to DC converters and audio isolation transformers. This is a Raspberry Pi enclosure. This is the substitute to the Whistler catcher with isolated DC converter and audio isolation transformer, mains power converter, Trimble Res SMT360 GPS timing receiver, audio injector stereo sound card, and Raspberry Pi 3B. Spectrum data is stored on a USB thumb drive and is also streamed to a local server for storage. I captured many different types of signals with this system. Here is a really nice example of some nice multimode tweaks with 1.7 and 3.4 kHz modes. The more modes, the more of a ping sound is present. Here's a beautiful dawn chorus event that occurred April 10th during a G7 storm. It was a 3-hour-long event. I'm going to try to play the audio for a couple seconds here. So that is the audio from the recording, and this audio would not have been possible without the mains filtering. If you were to listen outside with the VLF receiver, all you would hear is mains hum, that it was filtered, and also the spherics were also blank. And it sounds quite beautiful. I was very impressed with this. This dawn chorus event had quite a large footprint because it was also detected at a VLF receiver in Forest, Virginia. Notice a horizontal alignment of spherics, which is made possible by GPS timestamping at both receivers. Here are some example Whistler events that were detected. The Whistlers were quite weak, so listen carefully. I'll play one. There it is. So those Whistlers were very weak, but hopefully you were able to hear them. Here's a nice example of a multi-hop Whistler that was recorded. Multi-hop Whistlers have multiple propagation paths. Here are examples of amplitude and absolute phase plots of NAA showing the characteristic shark fins on the amplitude traces that indicate solar flares and GRBs. At VLF, the ionization caused by solar flares cause a propagation enhancement as opposed to blackouts at HF. I want to integrate this data in grape data plots indicating solar flares. As you can see, this plot right here shows some very nice solar flares. With transient luminous events like ELVs, sometimes the source lightning stroke exhibits a continuing current that will generate an ELF tail that can be observed at long propagation distances. In the top image, the ELVs event with an associated negative 333 kiloamp stroke. The spheric is seen in the time domain plot on the bottom with the characteristic ELF tail. The source stroke occurred in Puerto Rico. The stack plots on the right show the following. the ground wave and successive sky waves of the spheric. The next plot shows the time domain amplitude plot. The next one is the time domain instantaneous frequency plot. The next one is a frequency content plot showing the highest spectral power at around 5 kilohertz. And then the bottom one is the unwrapped phase. Here are compressed spectrogram plots showing frequency up to 16 kilohertz during the UT day. You can see that some days have higher spheric density than others. Also a very nice feature of these plots. At local night, the Earth ionosphere waveguide cutoff modes can be easily observed. You can see them right here. The event detector that automatically detects whistlers and chorus can sometimes be triggered falsely due to electric motor startups in the local environment. And the main spectrogram shows a startup of the motor in Nathaniel's vacuum cleaner with the fundamental and at least three harmonics visible. On the left are other examples. Here's a narrow band spectrum plot of SAQ's 17.2 kilohertz Christmas Eve transmission, indicated by the small peak in the center. At Nathaniel's QTH, it was 3 magnitudes above the noise floor. On the right is our QSL card from SAQ. I invite you to join me for my talk on Saturday, Amateur Communications Below 9 Kilohertz, where I talk about the Dreamers Band and the new EBNOT digital mode. Here are some resources and links. Again, if you want these, please see me. This presentation is dedicated to Carl Eddy, Alpha Alpha 3, Whiskey Romeo, who was my Elmer, electronic communications professor at Tucson County Community College, and he was also my friend. It was because of Mr. Eddy that I became a ham, and he is the reason that I am the engineer that I am today. With that, I would like to offer my gratitude to the following: Paul Nicholson for his endless support, VLF-RX Tools software, and many contributions to myself and the VLF community at large. The other members of the VLF community, Gary Miller, who is the main dev for GPS daemon, and it was because of him that he added support for Trimble timing receivers. Scotty Cowling for his engineering support. Nathaniel for his endless support and motivation, and also Carl Eddy for everything that he's done for me, and also for the NSF grants that made this all possible. Thank you.
And do we have some questions for Jonathan? Okay, back here, David.
What is actually generating those spikes? I mean, you've got a radio frequency, right? It's being generated by something?
Which spikes are we talking about, sir?
Well, any of these VLF spikes that you've plotted, what's actually generating them?
From what I can go back, and I believe you mean, are those the spikes you were talking about?
Yeah, okay, those, yeah.
Those are called spherics. Those are lightning, or those are radio emissions from lightning discharges. And in the VLF band, because the frequency is so low, they propagate all over the world. So from any one location, you could hear about 40% of the world's lightning. And that's what's seen on these plots. These are spectrogram plots.
So is there any RF involved in the other plots?
Yeah, this is the RF in the VLF band.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Daryl has a question.
Well, I'll ask it. Being I live in the state of Florida, in the lightning capital of the United States, would my receiver be just swamped in the afternoon and evening hours when our thunderstorms get going?
Actually, yes. During the summer months, even where this receiver is now, during the summer months, it is swamped with spherics. Local lightning can often overload the front end of the receiver. So during that time, consider that part of the spectrum unusable because it's being overloaded. But since spherics happen on the order of milliseconds, it's really not that big of a deal.
I was just curious, and thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fascinated with your E-field detector. Did you spend a lot of time perfecting that? And did you look at the signal from it and you feel like it's really making a contribution to the overall input?
Yes, actually, E-field receivers for VLF have been around for many years. There was even a project, it was called Project Inspire. It's still going on. You could order a VLF receiver kit, which is an E-field receiver, and they're very effective because because even the antennas that you use are fractions of a wavelength short of these wavelengths. Because the front end is very high impedance, it can detect those very small signals. So with a good earth ground connection, because that's also part of the antenna, you could actually get very good reception of these signals. And that's how I have my receiver set up back in Pennsylvania.
Okay, I've got a question over here. As a follow-up to when we were talking about overloaded, has there been situations where the equipment from nearby lightning or something was so overloaded that it burned out or was damaged? Has any of that happened? And does the equipment have any protection against, that says, okay, this is just too much for me and shunt it all to ground?
Yes, actually. So there have been times, there is a VLF enthusiast, Stephen McGreevy, who sells VLF receivers and has gone on excursions to observe natural radio events. And there has been a few times when the JFET of his receiver, the front end, actually got damaged and he had to replace it. But that's usually the worst case. On the receiver at Nathaniel's house, I have gas discharge arresters on the input, and I also have gas discharge arresters on both of the feed lines, one for power and one for audio. And I also have resistors on the other end to bleed off any charge as well. So if something were to happen, it's usually protected, but these things usually run for years without any problems as long as they're made right.
Jonathan, it's a pleasure to meet you after talking with you.
Yes, yes.
all these weeks and months. I do have a question. Well, number one, thanks for all the work you've done. It's really pretty enlightening. Pun not intended. So I'm wondering if you have any ideas about hardware VLF hardware for the Tangerine SDR project?
Well, so the beauty about the VLF hobby is that it lends really well to people who like to tinker and engineer and build their own stuff. There really are not any. There are some VLF receivers available that you can buy. There are some E-field receivers, one from Stephen McGreevy and the other one from the NASA Inspire project. But there are no actual companies that sell them. I hope to be working with someone in the future to develop a VLF receiver kit that you can either purchase as a kit or build yourself. And that will be used in a very similar situation for a distributed VLF receiver network for people to install VLF receivers at their homes. So right now there's only those two options, but there's a lot of schematics and plans and receivers available. Again, if you're interested, please see me and I will give you some of those resources.
Any other questions for Jonathan? Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I noticed your antenna had a long buried conduit going out to it, and is that more or less a requirement for getting a good VLF receiver signal, or can you do something in a lot smaller space?
Well, so one of the requirements for a VLF receiver in an ideal situation is to be in a rural backyard, because what we want to do is we want to be away from power line hum, which often pollutes the VLF band. You can filter it with software, you could filter it with hardware filters, but sometimes it overloads so much that you cannot you cannot avoid it if you're close to power lines. So the conduit really wasn't necessary, but because Nathaniel had a field that he cuts grass, that was the reason why that we ran the conduit. But most of the time, your best result is in some sort of a rural area, and it has to be fairly isolated, at least 100 foot from anything that has power lines or power wires in it, because you need that isolation. Because if you don't have it, it'll actually pollute the front end, because remember, the front end has the antenna probe and it also has an earth-ground connection. So that's how, mains interference from a source gets its way into the front end with through that earth-ground.
And that's about how much time we have. That's a big round of applause for Jonathan. Thank you very much. I think judging from all the questions, there's a lot of interest. Okay, so next up, we'll hear from David. And David, do we have your, oh, that's what I thought. That's okay. Let me give you the microphone.
Yes, that's right. Late arrival of data, which maybe is appropriate for this conference. All right, so I'm David Kasdan from Case Western Reserve University. Greetings all. Who are the CW operators here? Okay, so among the CW, and me too, among the CW operators, who is smugly self-satisfied with his CW skills? Yeah, me too. Okay. Nobody. Okay. So my talk is about Coherent CW. It is a semi-automated version of CW. It is not intended to put the smugly self-satisfied among us out of business. You still get to operate CW. But Coherent CW applies what by now is 80-year-old Shannon information theory to radiotelegraphy. It's not a bad deal. So, Shannon's radiotelegraphy process in Coherent CW. What is it? CW is unique among the digital modes in not really being either a synchronous digital code or an asynchronous digital code. Strictly speaking, a serial port is set up for, you know, what's usual, an 8-bit word that has a stop bit, has a start bit, has a stop bit. So you have some fighting chance of getting into synchrony with the edges of the digital signal, and you know when each bit is supposed to begin and when each bit is supposed to end. So if there's not too much noise, you can sample in the middle and get the bits right. The problem with CW is that you don't have that information to go on. But Raymond Pettit, 1975. Raymond Pettit, back in 1975, published this really amazing article in QST about Coherent CW, where he had an accurate oscillator on the send side that set time edges for each transmitted element of the Morse. Had a matching accurate oscillator. I see a couple of nods going on here, so maybe some people remember the article. Had an accurate oscillator on the receive side that accurately set the edges that the receiver could expect to see the beginning and the end of each bit of the Morse in. And it was a really cute scheme. It got put out of business for interesting reasons that I'll get to, but we have interesting reasons to work on it now. One is the technician class licensees, which is most of US licensees, have privileges on 80, 40, and 15 meters. Sorry to keep wandering around. In on-off telegraphy only. And I know from our experience at CASE that the technicians are perfectly nice people. They enjoy amateur radio. For some of them, it is the new meaning of life. They don't have that much interest in learning radio telegraphy, in all honesty. But this, frankly, there aren't that many new techs who really want to learn good Morse. This gives them an opportunity to turn it into a keyboard-to-keyboard mode that has remarkably good noise immunity. And even if you're good at CW, if you have a signal really buried in the noise, it can be less fun than it might be because it's all you get to do with your brain. You're sitting there trying desperately to listen to that Morse in the noise, and this might free you from some of it. So what did Claude Shannon do? Claude Shannon's great paper was shortly after World War II. He was in the Office of Special Services in crypto during the war. He was the one who identified what it meant to quantify information. What does it mean to quantify information? It's an odd thing. In the quickest of approximate terms, you can't get rid of noise. There's always going to be noise on a communications channel. If there's no noise at all, then these problems don't matter. But if you have noise, noise is a probabilistic problem. That means it's characterized by statistical methods. And you want to send one bit. You know, the 1 if by land, 2 if by sea problem. You want to send one bit of data about which you have no prior information. So given the noise, given the amount of power that you have with which to transmit, given the rate at which you want to send your stream of bits, what's the error rate? What's the probability that any one bit is going to get through accurately? And that's where we all live. Maybe what we do isn't really that much fun if you're on a noiseless channel. So what did Shannon set up? And again, he was the first one to identify this. The entire communications system from the device that sent the signals through the transmission medium to the device that received the signal and then had to decode it. So let's spend a minute on this one. The information source, I'm sorry, I will stop wandering. Okay, here we are. Greetings, YouTube. The information source is whatever is preparing your data. This is specifically about digital data, so some file that has prepared a bit stream. It has to be encoded in some way. Something has to key a transmitter. In the communications medium, something adds noise to it. Something adds this stochastic problem. Our easiest model for noise on a band-limited channel is Gaussian white noise. Doesn't have to be that, but it's our easiest model. Certainly amateur radio on HF bands is greatly concerned with bursty noise, which is not easily modeled over long periods of time as Gaussian white, but it's our easiest first model. So the noise gets added to the signal. Receiver gets it now. Receiver has signal plus noise. And some statistical system has to decode it. So a probabilistic system generated it, a statistical system now has to decode it. What's going to be the decision-making device
that says at the end of each bit's duration, whether in Morse code that bit represented a time that was key down or a time that was key up. Now, Morse and Vail, the ones who largely are credited with having given us radiotelegraphy, were doing this long before Claude Shannon. And you have to give them and their colleagues at the time insight for simply genius, that they worked out a binary flagging system that was remarkably well tuned to human needs and to human speech recognition, really. It's amazing that with 6 weeks of work, a whole pile of people during World War II in the Army could be trained to send and receive Morse code and do so really quite well. Marconi's view of radio was telegraphy. He had no notion of broadcast media sending analog information. Morse's real contribution actually was in repeaters, so maybe he's the progenitor of all of our repeater systems. I do want to give a shout out to perhaps a personal hero. Cook worked with Faraday and in fact gave up his medical practice to study radiotelegraphy. Isn't that amazing? Okay, Morse bitstream, it's deeply encoded. It has redundancy in the form of, say, a dash has to be a certain length, and if there's a hole in the middle of a dash, then by ear you can kind of fill in that noise hit that spot in the middle. It also has some remarkable run length encoding, maybe a sort of a predictor of Huffman encoding. It was worked against English language frequency alphabet to give some level of optimization of data density. It really works pretty well in that. When you're actually on the air, though, what's the situation? You don't have much power to send. There's crashing noise in your headphone. You're trying to get that message through. You ask the same thing that you ask of the person with whom you're having a conversation in a subway station. Talk a little louder and slow down. Otherwise, the bit error rate is going to get out of hand. Well, Morse code has a strict definition, like other digital codes do. There have been various versions of radiotelegraph codes over the years, but by now, rather pickled from 1992, is the International Telecommunications Union version of it. You'd think that perhaps the United Nations has other things to do with its time, but they gave a little nod to the community of amateur radio operators in 92 to add the @ sign to Morse code so that we could send email addresses more easily. Yeah, this is for real. And in accordance with that, these are the rules. You have time slices. A DIT is one time slice that has energy in it from your station. A space between characters, DITs and DAs, has the same amount of time. A DA is 3 times that. The space between characters, letters or numbers or prosigns, is the same length as a DA, it's 3 spaces. The length between words is 7 spaces, and that's it. That's all you get. So what do we have at the bottom of it? For each of those time slices, was the key up, was the key down? That's where our system has to start. Well, let's characterize the noise first. It's Gaussian in our simple example here. So that means at any moment in time, it's a random number, it's uncorrelated, but the signal that's being encoded is strictly either logic 0 or logic 1. For our purposes, we'll call it 0 volts or 1 volt. And you'll see if we're calling this one Morse, there's already a redundancy error in it because there are 2 up key spaces, and that's not allowed in our system. You can have 1, you can have 3, you can have 7, you can have a long pause, but you can't have 2. So we're back to just getting 1 bit out of the system at a time. This signal represents bias on it. What Shannon described was integrating the noise over a period of time. Gaussian noise is 0 mean. If you integrate it for a period of time, take a definite integral, the response of the integrator is a new random variable, just one number now. It has to have an expectation of 0. You've integrated a 0 meaned, evenly biased signal, so the expectation of the new random variable is 0. The variance of it is increasing with time. It's a random walk process. But it's increasing, correct me if I'm wrong, someone who knows what you're talking about, but I think it increases with square root of time for a band-limited Gaussian noise. The signal itself is a DC bias on it. It's a constant voltage. If you integrate that, you get a ramp. So the integral continues without limit over time. And this is where, in information theory, you win. You get to use this, by now, old-fashioned method called an integrate and dump filter. In modern terms, it's a windowed Fourier transform. It's actually the same thing, and that's how we'll implement it, and that's how the sound card modes implement it. But let's take a look at the old-fashioned version. Sometimes it's easier to look at analog than digital for a first blush. A capacitor is an integrating device. What's it do? It integrates current into voltage. The voltage you read on a capacitor is the definite integral of the current that the capacitor has experienced over its lifetime. Here we have the capacitor as the feedback element in an op-amp circuit. So the whole op-amp circuit is an integrator. It can be set to 0 by clicking the dump switch, switch number 1, and it can be read by touching switch number 2, the sampling switch. Well, let's take the integral then of 1 bit. Touch the reset, so the capacitor is at 0. Start your timer. At the end of the time interval of 1 bit, whatever you've chosen it to be, and we haven't gotten there yet, touch the sample switch, see what the value of the integrator is at the end of the integrating period. Now, release that, touch the reset switch, and get ready for the next bit. All right, so the sequence has to be hit the dump switch, collect your data, hit the sampling switch, hit the dump switch again, repeat the cycle. How often do you do that? Well, nope, sorry. How often do you do that? We're not there yet. Here is what the output of that integrator looks like as you do that. Now, I've taken a slightly more complicated case. I have taken the luxury of calling key up -1 volts. You don't get that in on-off telegraphy. You need multi-frequency telegraphy to do that. And yes, that's a thing, but it's not permitted to technicians. So that's not what we're exploring. But it's easier to look at this way. So here, the signaling is roughly this. This is the reconstructed one, but you get the idea. It's key up in the first interval, key down in the second one, then it's key down, I'm sorry, yeah, key up, key down, key up, 3 key downs, 2, so this one's an error of key up, but this is roughly an A in Morse code, dit-da. What happens when that signal up top gets added into the communication system and then goes through this nonlinear filtering of the integrate and dump amplifier? Well, it gets noise added to it. So you see the voltage up, you see the voltage down, but it's squiggling now, it's got noise. Our signal has a lot of power above noise. The signal to noise ratio is pretty good here. So the integrate and dump amplifier has an output at waveform B, this line. At each time interval, the integrator is ramping up in response to the bias, the key up or key down. It's squiggling in response to the noise, but it's pretty clear at the end of each interval whether the integrate and dump amplifier has a positive output or a negative output. And that's all that your decision amounts to. That's all that your decision amounts to here. Is it key up? Is it key down? Is the last voltage, the sampled voltage, positive or negative? Well, why does it work at all? Works, you have to have some amount of signal above noise in terms of the time interval over which you're doing the integrating. You also have to have accurate timing. So that's the last line there. The waveform at D is the clock, and that's what's missing from what I will now call traditional CW. There isn't any accurate clock that the receiving station can use to know when the beginning and the end of each Morse time element is. That's what Coherent CW adds to the system. All right, let's standardize the same way that Pettit did in 1975, around 100 millisecond intervals. If you go through that ITU definition of Morse, that gives 12 word per minute Morse. This is not contest rate blazing fast Morse. This will not give you bragging rights in the ARRL Code Proficiency Certificate Program. But, you know, all right, 12 words per minute, it's not so bad either. Technician used to require 5. How many of you had to qualify before an FCC engineer back in the day? Okay. How many did it before a volunteer examiner back in the day? Also, both? You didn't have to do both? You were VE, so yeah, but FCC engineer, yeah. That was a scary day at the Federal Building in downtown Cleveland. Let me tell you, I was 16 for my amateur extra. That was a big deal. But 5 words per minute, you can, once you get good at it, you can just look it up in a chart and get 5 word per minute Morse. That's what pilots are expected to do. So here's the Charlotte VOR. When you push the ID button, you're supposed to just look at the chart there and see what the Morse is. The various classes did this. Notice that the current version of the commercial radio telegraph license has 2 different code speeds. 20 words per minute for open text. So what's the big deal about open text? It has redundancy. It's English words, and you can make some educated guesses about what the language is as you're copying it. But 16 words per minute in 5-letter code groups. Now, it is an interesting task to qualify for that license, and I encourage you to do so. But that is a difficult task. 16 words per minute of random letters with no redundancy is really pretty hard. That's high-speed code in that sense. Well, okay, how do you do the integrating? How do you do the integrating? How do you choose the integration time? How do you choose the thresholds? You have to make some determination what the statistics of your system are. And if you know going in at least roughly what your noise is, and at least roughly what the received signal is going to be, you can start making decisions about how fast you can send a bit of data and have better than even odds of getting it right. If it's just even odds, don't bother. If you want a 90% accurate rate, if you want a 99% accurate rate, you want a 99.9% accurate rate, if you can't change the noise and you can't change the power, your integration time has to go up. So this was a stupendous achievement in amateur radio, the 2009 Venus bounce. I think that was a one-off in the history of amateur radio. They did a 5-minute integration, identified signal at about the 2-minute point, but there was a no question about it spike at 5. They had a very nice station. I don't know about you, but it's not going to happen from my place in Cleveland Heights. But that's a 5-minute integration. That's pretty good. So how do you automate all of this? It's not that hard to automate sending Morse code. My guess is all of us have stations at this point that have electronic keyers and can automate the sending. Automating receiving is the hard part. If the transmitter you're listening to is W1AW code practice, and you live in Newington anyway, so the power is high and the noise doesn't matter, the Morse is sent perfectly, yeah, you can use FLDigi or the MFJ Morse decoder or whatever you have, and it will decode perfectly cheerfully. Buried in the noise is really quite a different problem because of these. Unless you know ahead of time what the speed is, you need some time to synchronize, so you play Beethoven, and the framing isn't standardized. You don't know when the bits are starting and stopping. Well, Pettit solved this by having a local crystal oscillator on either side and giving the receive operator a phasing knob. So the agreement was if you were going to set up a Coherent CW contact, the sending station sent a long string of dits, and like a minute's worth, and the receiving station would turn that knob until the synthesized tone, this was just a Morse code oscillator sending, it wasn't trying to decode anything in 1974, until those were as clear as they could be. And then you made the assumption that you had gotten yourself into time framing with the sending station and you could continue on with the contact. And really, it worked remarkably well. How are we going to do it? I'd had in my notes for a good long time that this was now a solvable problem. In contrast to Pettit, we have microcontrollers and we have GPS receivers. So at each site, at the sending station and at the receiving station, you can reconstruct accurate framing times. And as the bunch of us at Case and at Hamsci and at Scranton became more and more involved in the ionospheric work, and we're learning more and more about accurate timekeeping, really it was Christina, to whom I showed my notebooks from the years, said this is the one that's worth pursuing of all of the crackpot ideas that you have shown me. And we did. We started looking for a reasonably easy way to do this, to set up a GPS receiver for its timing and a microcontroller for its analog to digital control that writes software to do the interrupts. Realized we had a whole bunch of other applications for this. Those who saw the WWV tick receiving fast talk earlier, it's the same board that did all of this. And as Pettit said, if you do this well, you get code oscillator level Morse code coming out of a speaker, even when the signal is buried in the noise. It's kind of like listening to FT4 or FT8. It can be right down there where you can't hear it, and you get Morse coming out. The next level is doing the automatic decoding, but really, if you can get this to work, that's not too bad a problem. So Pettit did it analog. We, of course, want to do it digital. In all honesty, doing a single frequency bin discrete Fourier transform isn't that hard. You pre-compute one sine wave and one cosine wave. You sample 100 milliseconds worth of data or whatever speed you choose to go. You multiply the two together bit by bit. You do a vector inner product, a vector dot product, and the answer comes out either above your noise threshold or below it, and you record that, you do the decoding, and you move on with your happy life. So the question is, if it's that easy, why isn't everybody doing it? It's one of those bizarre historical reasons. There was a community of about 150 people doing, 150 hams, doing this by, say, 1985 or so. Radio teletype was hard. Radio teletype required the clanking mechanical Model 15s. They stank, they were noisy, they were heavy, nobody liked them. It was fun if you liked that kind of thing, but really, in all honesty, not that many did, thank you. And the Commodore 64s made that possible to do computationally and really started putting the old teletype machines out of business. What put Coherent CW out of business was that, one, nobody really manufactured any equipment for it. It was all handmade of raw CMOS chips. And the second was that the European hams started using PSK31. It wasn't legal on the US ham bands. It started being used maybe with questionable legality. And then finally the FCC said any digital mode that you publish will permit. And I really had to laugh that QST had an article, Prometheus Unbound. I think we, I like ham radio, but enough's enough, guys. But they did. PSK31 completely took over Coherent CW. You know what telegraphic laughter is? Hi. Many years ago, if she remembers this, our past president, who I won't embarrass any more than she's already embarrassed, came up with evil laughter. Right, yes, you got it, okay. So you can bring good quality timing into your lab without too much trouble with an inexpensive GPS receiver these days. And really, you just need one pin from it that once a second puts out a positive going pulse that's good to about 10 nanoseconds, which is within our tolerances for Coherent CW. And you use that board and you use some Python code to decode it all, and with any luck, you package it up so that some other hams want to talk to you, and you get this really cool thing that you can sit at a keyboard, type in, get code. Sounds just like any other 12-word per minute code. The FCC is fine by it. The FCC doesn't say that technicians have to know Morse code in order to use it. It just says they are permitted to use it. The receive side is more difficult, but okay, we're working on this. Why bother with it all? One is, wow, it's fun. This is cool. Maybe it'll actually induce some new techs into learning CW and doing it. Another is that we've got the Eclipse QSO party coming up in 2024. I hope that all of you are beginning to make plans for what you are going to do in the afternoon of Monday, April 8th, 2024. Be there. The next chance is 2099, and there aren't too many here who are going to have that chance. So this will give a whole pile of technicians an opportunity to take part in the ionospheric sounding by being part of the Eclipse QSO party or just making contacts, because they can do it on 80 meters, 40 meters, 15 meters with on-off telegraphy and no other mode. We may be able to extend that, do I have it here? No, to doing actual automated time of flight computations during those QSOs. I'm not utterly convinced we're going to get that to work, partly because we'll have to account for the digital signal processing group delay in every individual transceiver out there. That didn't used to be a problem, but the bunch of us all have digital radios now. So maybe we can do it with only differential time of flight during the eclipse, but to do absolute time of flight is probably going to be difficult. All right, the first small level public demonstration of radio telegraphy said a patient waiter is no loser. You remember what hath God wrought? That was a different public demonstration. So hang out with us. If you want to be sent our bibliography on the material, please let me know. You may email me at alpha delta 8 yankee at ARRL.net, and we'll get you that information. You may cheer on our engineering senior project students who have done yeoman's work. We appreciate interest by Hans Sommer, who ships this extraordinary single board transceiver. I will have one at the demo set. It's out in my car, but I'll get it for the demo room. This is great fun, and we've largely been standardizing our efforts around this. Interestingly, there was a QST review of Prepcom's single band CW transceivers for rather different reasons. I'm blanking on his name. Well, I'm blanking on his name, but the proprietor of Prepcom, who is a good card-carrying engineer, he's into Pacific Northwest prepping, and he runs 2-meter repeaters for that community. They decided they needed to slow down on their infrastructure needs and came up with the idea of automatically sent and received Morse code for all the same reasons. And he's intrigued by the Coherent CW, and perhaps he will include it in his equipment the same way that perhaps Hans will. I would like to get in touch with K1 Echo Lima, who runs WinKeyer. It is not coherent, but it accepts ASCII characters from a host computer, and locally with a microcontroller generates accurate CW the same way that we are with our Arduino. And it wouldn't be hard to include a GPS receiver in that box, have it at least send Coherent CW. So it would further all of our causes. So I appreciate ARDC for their kind financial support of CASE's Engineering Senior Project Program, and perhaps we'll be able to get all of this working and automated and have a good demo for HAMSI in March. I want to thank TAPR. I had my first TAPR 1 in 1980. I ran a bulletin board in Ann Arbor back in the day. And ARRL, that's when I learned my Morse from, so I could qualify for my novice license back when. And I appreciate everyone from HAMSI and the Case Amateur Radio Club for making all of this interesting to me now and perhaps encouraging me to emulate Cook a little bit. So, thanks everyone. Questions? Thanks.
Do we have questions for David?
Okay, enjoy
my
TAPR
goodness.
then. Great
Okay,
fun.
well, wonderful. Well, thank you. That's very exciting. Our pleasure. Oh, let's, David, when we get a chance here, we'll get you your thumb drive back. Okay, so that makes the afternoon complete with talks. What did you think? Yay, okay. I certainly hope there's a great deal of inspiration for you and some ideas, and of course there's the opportunity this evening at our social to, of course, socialize and share ideas. There's a lot of folks that present at the DCC, and the comment is, this is an idea we came up with at the last DCC. So I hope now that we're back in person, we can get back to these collaborations and see more inspiration and work that you're being able to do. So with that, we'll go ahead and break now. We call it playtime, and this is generally where you can retire to the demo room, take a look at the demos, have conversations, and the social will start in the same place that we had lunch at 5:30, okay? For the 24-hour time people, that's 17:30, okay? And remember, the first hour, there's free beer and free wine, okay? So we hope to see you at the social tonight. All right, it's adjourned.